Give me a second. I'm hunting a shirt down. I will find one. Come home from London, spill gravy over myself. Life is good. Life is definitely fun. Hello, everyone. Brandon, be good roll.
It sounds of it, you're starting to show your age.
I was in charge of 600 teenagers over the last 3 days. I feel 90 years old. They have a whole different language now. You weren't there. You don't know the pain. The pain was real. Yeah. Ay, caramba. Hello, everyone. Oh, hello. 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 Okay,
Hello.
let's get all these things working. Let's get some headphones on, shall we? We have a poodle. He's being very poodlish. He's being incredibly poodlish. He wants all the biscuits. We are live with episode 233 of Bruships. The fact that we've done 233 Bruships now is something to worry. So I'm going to a level where people could watch a Bruships a day for a year and not run out. Yeah. It's all going well. It's all going well. And hopefully I am live in such a way that the lovely people on Discord can hear me. This is hopefully. Although I can't hear them currently at the moment, so I'm going to have to disconnect and rejoin.
Ed, can you hear us?
Now I can.
Hello, hello?
Now I can. Now I can hear you.
Ah, good.
The lovely Discord had done Discord things. It's fun. Discord does Discord things. And that's always fun when it does Discord things. So how is everyone doing this week?
Could be worse.
We have got a sci-fi one today. That's going to
Alex,
be fun.
have you started the questions yet? Or not?
No, I haven't, because I'm just getting the bot and everything set up. So let me start it off once I've got everything actually working. Because the trouble is, just as I was setting everything up, someone, and I won't name names, who decided to come in to talk to me about plumbing, accidentally poured an entire leftover jug of gravy all over me. And it was gluten-free gravy, so it was really, really sticky, weird stuff.
Leftover jug of gravy.
Which is always fun. It's always fun when that happens.
I just realised I had the live going on from YouTube running at the same time. I apologise.
Don't worry, life happens.
Idiot. And that's me.
I have a poodle being poodly next to me. and who's basically demanding biscuits and lots of attention. And I also appear to have managed to do some damage to myself over the last week, but life happens. Oh.
Okay. For the chat purposes, I'm going to allow 30 questions into the queue, and then I'm going to close it.
And remember, it is sci-fi themed. Naval history and sci-fi themed. We expect there's probably going to be a lot of sci-fi. That's why our good friends Foxo and Dragon are here quite so early and perfectly. But before we get too far in this, I do want to address one of the greatest controversies of our time, apparently. Because I've been really amazed at how international relations can get really, really stupid. Give me a second. Over recent times. And it's getting worse as I get older. It is getting worse as I get older, I swear. The more stupid people can get with the international relations. In this example, this is that there are a number of Russian commentators who are currently claiming that the American winner of the figure skating shouldn't have won because she's plus-sized. I am sorry, but take this from me, okay? There is not a single figure skater competing in the Olympics who qualifies as plus-sized. And I don't care about international relations and you trying to make your points for all these wonderful things. When you start trying to claim that people that size are plus-sized, people are mostly going to be questioning your eyesight, not believing your propaganda. It's just... There are some absurd things out there with the Russians occasionally, but that one I was looking at going, you're claiming she's plus-sized? Seriously? Next thing I'm going to see a picture of, I don't know, Foxo and claim she's elephantine or something. The figure skaters were tiny. They're all tiny. Right. Anyway, that's I wanted to get in. Hello, Raleigh. Hello. Yes, I know you wanted to get involved as well. You also thought it was stupid, and you also think your belly's bigger than hers is. So, how's everyone else doing? How's your week been? What have you been up to?
Regretting not sleeping.
Okay.
I told
days
you
ago.
to do so.
And I ended up doing so, but I gotta reset my sleep schedule somehow. Oh, I had to bloody...
Foxy, you just used something which I'm not used to, a phrase of a sleep schedule? What is that?
Howdy ha 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 ha.
Ha 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 ha.
Hello, Runon.
Ha ha.
Evening, Runon.
Ha ha.
Well, some people know I got back from Copenhagen yesterday morning after visiting the wonderful Viking Ship Museum and the Danish Naval Museum, which is in Helsingør, and the even more wonderful Vasa Museum in Stockholm. I can't be more happy.
That's good. That is very good.
Did it taste like chicken?
What, the Vasa Museum? No,
Yes.
the Vasa Museum tasted of a Swedish bun with pistachio stuff on the bottom.
Yeah.
That was very nice, actually, in the cafe.
So someone was complaining, Agendarin was saying the bot wasn't receiving questions, and yet the bot does seem to be responding and receiving questions, so...
The bot has just received 13 questions so far.
Yeah.
Skill issue.
Salty has always been a thing in international... Yes, Blistine, there is salty and there is... Look, there were people who were critiquing her dancing, and whilst I disagree with those critiques, I can accept that, critiquing dancing. But calling her plus-sized...
Please tell me no one was calling an Olympic figure skater plus size.
Yes, they were. The Russians are calling the girl who won for the Olympics, the Olympic figure skating for the Americans, plus sized. Her
I have a
waist's
statement.
about the same size as my wrist.
Yeah, I would say if her waist diameter is a big around in my thigh, I think I'm doing quite well.
I was looking at it going, that's just no. Yeah, you can be upset you haven't won. There are many things you're allowed to be, and you can critique someone's performance. But seriously, that just makes you look sad.
Yeah, body image shaming, not the way to go. But then again, it is Russia.
Yes, but also body imaging shaming in a way that everyone's going to look at it and go, okay, so if you consider that plus size,
Your women are anorexic.
no, anorexic's gonna if anorexic is not gonna be is still gonna be too large if that's plus sized.
Again, I have an opinion for that statement, but I can't say it here.
I was looking at it just going, if you consider her plus size, what do you consider a girthy girl like a USS Iowa to be? You know? How rude would they be about Haida? It's just absurd. There are some real absurdities going on, but it's one of the things I'm watching in international relations at the moment. There is a lot of absurdity sneaking in to the discussions. Foxo sounds like she's sniggering and planning something.
I have a kind of opening point for you, Alex. I was watching the interesting Perun video from today about the international nuclear arms treaties lapsing.
Yes.
And their point about a Washington-style treaty for nuclear weapons due to the number of actors. And I'm thinking, are they going to get past the point of the problems of the Washington and London naval treaties, of the lack of supervision and oversight aspect problems of the naval treaties?
Look, I think Perun is a very nice person. I haven't seen that video, so I can't really comment about it. I was on GWR today, so I'm sorry. I've had no internet, no signal, nothing at all day. So, yes, no. But what I would say is anyone looking to the Washington and London naval treaties is a good idea for modelling nuclear treaties. Just remember the START treaties were modelled on them, mostly on trying to get around the problems with them. So I don't think it's necessarily going to work. I think your big problem is that for someone to sign up to the treaty, it means they're admitting they have those weapons. And a lot of nations like the strategic ambiguity of whether they have the weapons or do they not have the weapons. No one's quite sure.
I would also point out that the Washington, D.C. doesn't really have the credibility of sticking with treaties at the moment.
Washington, as a rule, has never, not even now, and just not now, but never liked to sign up to treaties which can bind its hand. It's one of the reasons why they enforce UN clause, the law of the sea, but they actually aren't a signatory of it. And it's like a few other things they're not a signatory of because they haven't signed up to the international war crimes thing because, again, they don't want Americans to be indicted on it, so they haven't signed up to it. So, all these things. So there are lots of... I know it's currently vogue amongst a lot of commentators and a lot of supposedly informed authorities to suggest that this is something new with American politics, but it actually isn't. America has a long track record of pushing for treaties and pushing other people to sign up to them to bind them, and they're not signing them themselves.
I'm more speaking of the, oh yes, we're part of this agreement, organization, treaty, whatever, and then immediately doing an about-face forward march. and abandoning it.
No, again,
After agreeing to it, and in many cases organizing it, and in many cases abiding by it, simply because the person in office changed.
again,
Yeah,
there's this
that
thing
was
called the
the
League.
point, Rui.
That's called the League of Nations. The attempt to set up the UN post World War One due to Wilson's 14 points, that the US decided it wasn't going to join after it pushed everyone to set it up. I'm sorry to say this, but yeah, this is nothing new for America to be doing those sort of things. It's the one fun I have with people who go, well, yeah, last time the people who caused that were actually the Southern Democrats who really pushed that through. It's fun times. History is full of some fun things, but one of the things is countries will undoubtedly usually act in their own interest. And for America, it was often considered their own interest because of, especially from the legacy of the Monroe Doctrine of America being America apart and being something different, that they would not sign up to these things. Yeah. I'd say that
there are 4 slots remaining.
The difference is these days we have social media, and instead of the reasons the Americans that don't join the things being couched in nice diplomatic language, they usually blurt it out in a silly way on social media. And that is what I will say, because they are blurted out in a way which is great fodder for a certain portion of domestic politics. I will acknowledge that. But they cause issues abroad. And that can cause trouble for international relations. And it's like someone was talking to me, I was responding to a comment the other day about when I put it going, well, you know, Britain and America, you know, Britain hasn't, since the Suez Crisis, Britain hasn't, Britain's grown closer to America, not further away from it since the Suez Crisis, so that doesn't hold water. I went, but my response to that was, hello, Riley. Yes, you're gorgeous. Yes, I know you want a biscuit. No, you can't keep them on one, so get down. Response to that was, who now owns more debt of whom? Does America own more British debt, or Britain own a more American debt? Anyone want to look it up? Who owns more of whose debts?
Given how heavily leveraged the U.S. is currently and continues to accelerate towards being, I don't want to take that bet either way.
Absolutely, Roger. Yes, I stream every Sunday with Bruships. Most Thursdays and every Sunday. Well, most Thursdays and pretty much every Sunday I can, and pretty much every Thursday I can on my stream days. I
will say I'm about to close the questions.
Questions are about to close.
Run,
one more to come.
Run.
One more. Currently, yes, we own a lot of American debt. And interesting enough, most American debt in the UK is actually owned by the British government, whereas most British debt, which is owned by America, is owned by private investors. And less than 30% of our debt is international, and only about a tenth of that is American, is owned by America. The UK is, the way it was defined tonight, as whether they are second or third biggest debtor to America. I.e. buying American bonds, etc. That has been a policy Britain has been steadily chipping away at since the Suez Crisis.
Does that mean that we can repossess America if they start defaulting?
Please.
Seeing as the the other largest portion of the American debt owned in Britain after the British government is actually owned by the royal family, potentially, or at least owned by a fund which is supposedly part of the royal family's funds. I'm not quite sure.
Are you limeys playing nasty shell games, trying to make it seem like the royal family, which is part of the government, but only when it's convenient for us, is actually working hand in glove with the government to influence foreign and domestic policy?
We would never do that. We're Britain. We are absolutely honest and above board in all our dealings. We are gentlemen and ladies. We have proper manners.
And dignified envies. Yes, I see this. Oh, have you managed to rope Glyn in?
For today, I have beeped him, but he might not be available. He's sorting out moving house. But we will try and get him on. If anyone wants to beep him again, he's always happy to come on, I know. Genderu, which nation would benefit the most from having a battle cruiser-centric cruiser warfare doctrine, investing much less in battleships in the pre-World War I period? Ooh, that's an interesting one. Well, Australia, with trade routes, is certainly a good example of one which could, and so is South Africa, in terms of minor nations. In terms of major nations, I'd say actually Spain would have been better off with a cruiser-based warfare. Hello. You want to be... You're upset. Sorry, I've been away for a few days, and someone is feeling that they've lost out on cuddle time. I'd also... be tempted to say that Germany could go one of two routes. Once you realise you can never build up a battle fleet to beat the British, once you realise you can never match them, then the only option is to outmaneuver them. And going battle cruiser is a tempting route to go that. Now, I probably can't do that because of the Baltic, but it's an interesting option. The other one, of course, is America. Because you think about America, having a battle, if you have a battle fleet, you're defending yourself close, and that's what they're doing with their battle fleet. But if it could have gone the other way and could have gone for an entirely battle cruiser force, and that would have given them a great presence around the world, while also making most of the strategic depth which is offered by the Atlantic and Pacific. Hello.
Was there ever any consideration about building some obnoxiously heavy coastal battleships for Germany?
Lots of people had those ideas and put forward those ideas, but usually, as a rule, after Tirpitz gets into his position, they're not going to get any airtime.
Would that have been worth anything for home defense?
Oh, they would have been
International
interesting,
defense?
but the trouble is, at its base point, a coastal battleship is a deterrence, but it's not really worth anything, because anyone who is going to actually come, who's decided to come when you've got coastal battleships, is going to know you have them, and is going to come heavy enough to deal them. They are a deterrent in that they raise the risk of attacking you to the point at which that only certain people can attack you. But those people who can attack you will come with enough force to annihilate your coastal defense ships. So basically, when you're talking about Sweden or Norway or etc. having coastal defense ships, they are about deterring lower medium powers. There is at no point to which the Norwegian coastal defense ships are ever going to have to fight the Royal Navy. Well, if they did have to fight the Royal Navy, they're not expecting them to win. Because the Royal Navy will turn up with 8 battleships for each coastal defense ship and just go, so, do you want a party?
We like to party.
So basically, what the coastal defense ships, what they do is they are a way for a country to go, look, I'm powerful enough that I don't want to have to be threatened by smaller powers. So that means I'm going to build something that's going to require you to have a battle fleet to be able to come and fight me. But anyone who's the bigger powers who actually has a battle fleet
is gonna raffle stomp this heavily.
Yes. Now, the Germans could have built a massive battle fleet of coastal defense ships, but then that's kind of pointless. Because the whole reason you build the coastal defense ships is so you don't have to build the battle fleet, because you don't have to worry about anyone other than those powers with a battle fleet, so you can save money, so you can put the money into other things. Look, you have to remember, as far as privateering went, there are some British privateers who went to the very trouble of going into the deepest parts of basically the Brazilian rainforest to find a tribe which was still technically at war with the Spanish, to get their chief to write a letter of marque. So therefore they were a privateer, not a pirate, as they were being employed by someone who was at war with Spain, even when the English government weren't.
So what you're saying is, if you need a rules lawyer, don't find the Italians, don't find the Jewish, find the British.
The British have been rules lawyering for a very, very long time. Carol 151, which of the TV films, science fi navies do you think have the most realistic personnel structure and why? Stargate.
But that's
That's
cheating.
cheating.
Because that's
still
just the
true.
US.
It's Stargate.
That's cheating, though.
So,
It doesn't say no
okay.
cheating allowed. Stargate.
Alex.
Yes.
So, using Stargate as your 5 out of 5 points.
Mm-hmm.
Rank the other ones.
Oh. Okay, so it probably goes Battlestar Galactica next. That's a fairly decent structure. It's a bit nutty, but it's a fairly decent structure. There is actually some sensibility going on in terms of the squadron organization and force organization. Then Andromeda and Ascendant. Compared to the others, there's still about a 3 out of 5, but there's no one who's a 4 out of 5. Let's be honest.
I really wouldn't say Andromeda, because most of the militaries are gone.
Yes, that's the thing. It makes sense
Well, which
because
means
it's gone.
Well, you're about.
Babylon 5 probably comes in about next. Look, I would love to put Star Trek in there, but the trouble is the main feature of Star Trek is the Federation, and their command structure makes no sense once you get below lieutenant and once you get above a captain. In any of the canon sources. Once you get into the beta canon and further on, then it starts to be made sense. But the trouble is the alpha canon, i.e. the TV shows and films, which is the specific question it's about, that's terrible. I will, of course, let Dragon put in his point, because I know he's got them. But it's a case of, yeah, if we're going by the TV alone, the TV and film alone of those programs, I've gone with Andromeda as in the position it is because there are some remembrance. Some parts of the High Guard have survived, and they are in some structures, some of them. But also, Dylan Hunt does start enforcing a command structure. He doesn't just take people on and have an ad hoc. He has, okay, you're going to be in charge of security, you're going to be in this, and they are kept in their roles. You're not suddenly getting Harper going, I'm manning the guns, I'm going to be your gunner. No.
Okay, I'm going to possibly get myself laughed off of this panel, but, JR Imperial Army Navy?
JR?
Like Grand Army Republic.
Right.
Star Wars.
Yeah.
The trouble is...
I will fully admit that, especially in the Imperial era, the rank structure and chain of command is horrendously compromised by politics. But it does exist.
Well, I would argue the rank structure makes perfect sense. There is the problem, though, of
The
It does have
personnel.
politics. But then again, everything has politics. Our armies have politics at play with things, so I'm not going to
Yes.
discredit it too badly in that situation.
I'm mainly just saying in the sense of, you have actual, like, openly political actors in the middle of the command chain for
Do you?
decisions. Moths,
Moths aren't in charge of the army.
they aren't they in charge of the Navy, though?
Nope. Moths and Grand Moths actually don't have authority over the military.
And how the heck does Tarkin be Tarkin?
Because Tarkin's Tarkin. And
Okay, fair
usually, like, most Grand Moffs, basically, they can request the Navy do stuff usually and have some control, but they do not have sway within that military structure.
So basically, a Moff's request is a strongly worded letter that you in your career would be well advised to heed, but I can't technically
Yes.
force you to do it.
Yes.
In fact, you asked this a couple of weeks ago. There's an excellent example in the new Thrawn books with Eli Vanto, Thrawn's aide, where one of the Moffs got annoyed at him, so basically kept putting political pressure on various groups to not promote him. Until then, Thrawn and a couple others got Tarkin involved, and Tarkin basically went, "Well, I outrank you political people," and put pressure on. Well, perhaps we should promote a person who's doing well in the military. They cannot directly do stuff, but they can sort of push influence upon it. Honestly, almost a bit like how, to a degree, the US can push. Like, we think this is what you should do. It's not saying you have to do it, but it's a very strongly suggested.
All of it's sort of the traditional Roman thing of, I didn't do anything, but you did suffer. You might suffer some accidents while on campaign.
Just for clarity's sake, it's more so Congress can say, you can do this if you want to, you're just going to have to do it for free.
Yeah, or you might not get what's it called funding for it if this is what you want. We might not sign off on the funding for this.
Yeah, which is why I said you just have to do it for free, because it's like the whole thing when Venezuela was the current distraction with lethal consequences. You had a bunch of various persons saying that, well, why don't we just write the funding bills so that that you cannot use any funds appropriated under this bill to sponsor these attacks. That's what I'm talking about. Or fund these actions, whatever you want to call them.
It's always fun because you always get this in terms of the politics. Usually in the British government, there are various instances where they get reminded that the officers technically serve at the monarch's pleasure. They are commissioned from the crown. And so if they deserve promotion, they can get that promotion. The promotion is assigned by the crown. There is nothing you can technically do about it.
So there's a royal household official person, whatever your verbiage is for that does nothing but rubber stamp or approve or whatever promotions.
Why do you think the monarch has aides de camp who are made from members of the armed forces?
Why do you think a certain individual very recently lost all their ranks?
The monarch just went delete.
I didn't because I don't really pay attention to the intricacies of British royal politics.
You can't miss that one.
Actually, quick question. Are we allowed to talk about that on this stream?
Within limits.
Given
If it goes on for too long,
Ben.
I'll go. We're talking sci-fi naval history, but as it's just come up, we can do about a couple of seconds on it. But I prefer not to go too much into current politics. But Steve did bring it up, and we had gone there with the as an example of the royal family being able to delete it. So yes, although as a rule, bad Steve bringing up current politics. Bad Steve. Okay. Were your knuckles
I
sufficiently
was
wrapped?
thinking of Prince. I was thinking of Prince Harry. Honest.
Yeah.
In his defense, I did bring up Venezuela as a means of saying why you would want to abide
Yeah,
by
but
Congress's will.
Venezuela is now far enough back that technically counts as history.
Technically, the brownie I got from Domino's last night counts as history.
Although I'm still having fun, the amount of people who claim, and this is causing me fun on my video, because it's completely something different, but explain it. I did a video on the Chinese destroyers. And the amount of comment, this document's out of date. Why? Because these ships have, they've sort of gone, no, these ships are already available. Right? They're not. They haven't been commissioned yet. They're still in the fitting out phase. So, according to some Chinese commentators, I can understand this because this is how, again, remember, this is also how the Germans used to count their ships. And that's what, to extent that came through the Soviet system and the German Chinese into the Chinese system now. They count them as viable warships from the moment they've been launched. I don't count them as viable ships until they've been fitted out and commissioned. So I'm sorry. We are both right. But at the moment, those ships ain't doing anything. So I don't count them. I literally do, in one of the points I did discuss, I did say, there are these ships entering service this year. There could be as many as 6 of these destroyers entering service this year. Because they're in the fitting out phase. But they ain't entered service yet. They haven't. So they don't count according to my rulebook. Anyway. Dragon, what were you going to do with your list of sort of sci-fi command structures? On TV and film? Because Dragon's keeping quiet, which suggests he's keeping his powder dry.
Well, it's also because I actually disagree with the SG's structure being good, because from what we've seen of it, it's very hit and miss, especially in terms of who's doing what.
Which one are you thinking of, though, when you're thinking of their command
I'm in
structure?
particular referring to the new ones.
I didn't watch the new one. I'm sorry, I really didn't get into
I
the
haven't
one.
watched the.
I watched the old
honestly,
one.
Good.
The old one, the
probably
command
the
structure
better.
is good. So, but you have to remember, the
New
old
one,
one
it's
was
not.
the old one was being run by a lot of people who were World War II veterans. So the command structure wasn't really
Yeah, well,
good.
it definitely is
It's kind of like the original Gene Roddenberry series of Star Trek. The command structure actually sort of makes sense at that point. But it's as it's gone on, it's got worse and worse.
I would say actually the Admiralty ranks do make sense in the newer stuff.
Oh, the Admiralty, the ranks make sense. It's just the fact the Admirals don't make sense.
Yeah, what they do, perhaps, yes.
You know.
My biggest complaint with the SGC is with the SGC rank structure is why are you trying to get Navy office or Air Force officers to run what is effectively a submarine?
Yes.
When you could just get people who already have their dolphins, who are already trained and used to working in that environment?
Yeah, that has always knocked me on it. It's just a case of going, why are you... Basically, spaceships in that some of the system, they are submarines. They really are.
And
especially
before anybody says, well, then you'd have to bring in a whole other branch. It is canon that there are multiple SG teams which are comprised completely of Marines. So the Department of the Navy is already involved.
Yes, and even if you didn't want to, let's say you wanted a flight crew to be them, the logisticians, logistics for an Air Force unit and logistics for a submarine are incredibly different. I can tell you there's one group who'd really want up there, and that'd be Navy chefs. Because do you really want, in a limited atmosphere of space, people cooking who are not used to cooking in a confined scenario where there is limited atmosphere? Do you want people who it's their first training experience, it's their first experience of deploying like that? Also, you'd also have to explain why you're suddenly doing a whole load of training of Air Force personnel in skills which the Navy do. So that was the other thing that made sense. You know, if you're trying to hide the program, you could justify having a command team. Certainly could. And But the engineering team, well, if you need a whole load of people who are nuclear power specialists, think who has more nuclear power specialists, the U.S. Air Force or United States Navy? And
I think it's the hangover of NASA, isn't it? Who basically chose a pile of Air Force pilots to run its space program.
But they didn't.
Yes, since there's a lot of Navy.
There's a
Marine
lot of Navy
carrier
Marines
pilots
in
that
NASA.
were-
Yeah.
that were in flight roles at NASA. Like, I'm not going to say the majority, but I'm going to say a good chunk of them were Navy and Marines.
Yeah.
And usually it's the Air Force test pilots that get shrieked into NASA.
That's what I mean. Initially, it's all the Air Force test pilots.
And all the U.S. Navy test pilots and U.S. Marine test pilots.
Yeah, but the crew who go on Apollo 11, how many are Navy?
I'd have to look that up. I don't know off the top of my head.
I think it's 0.
Apollo 11. Where are you? Neil Armstrong, Aldrin, and
Michael Collins.
Thank you. Armstrong was a naval aviator. Aldrin was a...
And Alan Shepard was U.S. Navy as well, the guy who's the first American in space.
Alan was...
All right.
Aldrin was Air Force.
Yeah,
Collins
that's what I was thinking.
Was at least in Air Force. Yeah, he was Air Force, because I don't think you can
And I thought
hang on, Steve. I don't think you can get your stars in the reserve without having some active time.
Mm-hmm.
So you had 1 Navy and 2 Air Force, but
yeah,
okay. I thought Armstrong was also Air Force.
No, he was a Navy aviator and test pilot.
All right.
It's a test pilot program. They ransacked for them, but they came from the U.S. Navy as well as the U.S. Air Force and U.S. Marines.
All right.
Because
basically, we're going to have an aircraft that has really weird flight characteristics. Who do we get?
Test pilots.
Test pilots. Who was that British one that did all sorts of crazy?
Yeah, you're thinking of the really small guy. Oh, what's his name?
Who, like, his logbook has almost every single Cold War aircraft, including a number of them which were Soviet.
Eric Winkle Brown.
Thank you.
He was Royal Navy.
Yes.
So
the British space program is just brown.
Yeah. Every single German aircraft was tested by him.
A fair number of Soviet aircraft, whether they wanted them to be or not, were tested by him. He had a habit of climbing into them when they came over for air shows.
But no, I think it mainly is. I think a kind of a hangover from NASA, where an awful lot of pilots are Air Force. But to me, if you're going out into deep space, where most of your stuff is done on sensors, which service exclusively just uses sensors? It's Submariners.
Yeah. But hey ho.
And you're working in 3 dimensions.
Yeah.
In a fluid.
Oh, and something.
Well.
Ron Swift, the original 7 astronauts were 3 U.S. Air Force, 3 U.S. Navy, and 1 Marine test pilot. That's right. In the end, it turned out to be easier to train a geologist as an astronaut than to train a pilot to be a geologist. Yeah. Yeah.
That's because a pilot's attention span is too short to pay attention to geological timescales.
Well, it was when he spotted that sulfurous material on Apollo 17, and everybody else went, "What?" Nobody else would have spotted it.
Okay, Knight 681. So with Project 66, aka Moskva, is she comparable to the Des Moines? She, along with the cruiser Bukadere, Project 30K Destroyer Osney and Gangut Meta, were announced for the Azur Lane February UR event on Friday.
Hey, Knight, you might want to preface these questions with Azure Lane because I thought we were talking about real world here for a second.
No, he is.
He is.
Yeah,
I'm
so
very confused now.
Right, so the initial part of the question there stated, is it comparable to a Des Moines? So it's clearly got to be based in real life.
Des Moines,
but the reason why he's asking it is because they've announced. Because I wouldn't say necessarily. Like, trying to get the stuff back up again.
Okay, so it's Project 60 they've gone with? Project
66.
Project 66.
Yes.
And they're calling it Moskva.
Yes, it's been called Moscow for a long time.
But
3X3 220s.
okay, what is she supposed to be?
A cruiser.
Yeah, but the Moskva, the Slava class cruiser called Moskva, which originally is Project 1164, not Project 60. The battle cruiser was Project 82. The Moskva class itself was Project 1123.
You're getting them mixed up, I think.
He said Project 60.
No, he said Project 66.
Project 66.
Which was the 1953 project for a Soviet cruiser killer. And she is effectively a heavy cruiser.
But that wouldn't have been called Moscow because they've picked Moscow as a name because they've seen it in the papers and there's a lot of discussion about Moscow being a Russian cruiser, but that wouldn't have been called Moskva.
No, because Moskva's been in the game since almost the beginning. It's not a new thing. So that's not why they've called it that.
Why did they call the heavy cruiser? The heavy cruiser wouldn't have been called Moskva. Because the whole reason that they were able to name a ship Moskva again, because you have to remember, Moskva was a destroyer which was sunk in World War II, salvaged later on and sunk as a target in 1958. Is a salvaged, not at all. It was Minsk which was salvaged, wasn't it? Moskva wasn't. She was sunk probably by Romanian mines in 1941. I think it is. That's their presumption was Romanian mines, possibly German mines, laid by Romanians. But she's one of the Leningrad destroyer leaders. And then they go and name, and then because of that honor, they are putting her on a battle cruiser. She's got to be named on a battleship because she's got a certain level of badge awarded to her because of her sacrifice, which means she can't be named on a cruiser, which is why she's then put on the aviation cruiser and is planned later on for a carrier, but is only after the fall of the Soviet Union put onto the Slava class cruiser. So this is why I was looking confused, because I was going, Project 66 must have been different than I remember if it's got Moskva's name attached to it. But I know this is me being historian-brained here, but, you know, Project 66 is cool, but it's only a heavy cruiser, and it's not really... Well, how do I put this? It actually comes before the Stalingrad program.
Yeah.
Which is, as said, Project 82.
Yeah, the version which they have in game is based off, I believe, the 1944 15th of November design, by the looks of it. Though she doesn't have the same number of secondaries. She's got 4x2, yeah, so 4x2, so yeah, she has the 16130s. So yeah, and then what's called, there's some modification in terms of AA armament.
So how
And the
many?
9-220.
What's her main guns?
3x3 220. In particular, 220 65 caliber guns.
So 9-inch. 9.2-inch.
No, like what?
You said 220.
8 Yeah, so like what? 8.4? No, a bit more than that.
Hang on, no, because
9.2 is 234.
yeah. So this is going to be slightly. It's going to be slightly.
So
8.7.
8. Yeah, give or take.
You see, the earliest design I can find that's suitable for getting that's potentially going to get a Moscow will be Project 69, which is 15-inch guns. The one she's
8.66 apparently.
the one she's attached to did have 12-inch guns, but it had 9 12-inch guns on the Stalingrad class.
The design that was to Project 66 was meant to have the 8.66 guns.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they've got the right design, but they've given it the wrong name. They've given a name it wouldn't have, especially not at that point, because when Project 66 happens, the destroyer's still going around. And if you want to know a group who are really paranoid about renaming ships that they've christened them with spiritual names, it's the Soviets. It's really funny. They don't care about renaming ships which are named for people, but anything which is named for something like Moscow or Leningrad, because those destroyers were built to be basically the first thing to, represent the Soviet Union.
which is interesting because other things do actually agree. It's got a 1953 date, yet some of these designs go back as early as 1944. Wait a moment. So no, okay. So the design actually is from the 50s, but it's the initial design requirements which lead to the design in the 50s is from 1944. From what I'm seeing.
Well, by the 50s, they're up to the projects 100 and something. Project 66 is well before World War II. They're up to Project 82 by the time World War II happens.
No, because even the earliest source I can find for 66 puts it as an earliest date of 41. So it was, and most of the others do state 66, as we see Moskva in Warships is a 1953 project date by the Soviet calendar. So, I've got no clue. Because then again, technically, number does not mean much. Like you've got what's called Project 58 is 1956. Project 59 is 1938. So. Dates can the projects do change date-wise a lot. But yeah, I still don't think it's equivalent to a Des Moines, though.
Dr. Clarke is looking something up.
Probably.
Everybody run.
Yeah, all run. I've been prepping for the next question. I sent Dr. Clarke a picture. You can all look at it in the chat, and then don't laugh too loudly.
There's so many chats.
No, the one for this channel.
What in the AI?
Well,
Blankety
read the question.
blank.
Read
I know what
question.
you're talking. I know what question you're referencing, but why did
It's
you have to
interesting
waste
because
that much
in
water
this
and
book-
electricity to make that?
In this book, the Project 60s are all part of the second and third year plan. Second and third 5-year plans. And this is the Jürgen Rohr and Mikhail Mokhanov's trawl through the Soviet archives. Most of the discussions you got are Project 69, which comes from the council's projects 2564 and project 60, and also includes projects 65 and 66, and other details come from them, which is basically producing heavy cruiser / battle cruiser / battle cruiser, and basically they run the projects. Oh yeah, got the stats here. Yeah, they're part of the same project group. They're from the 1930s. They start off in the 1930s with Project Krieger X, which has got, but managed to go through so many designs. It turns from Project 22 in 1936 to Project 69 by 1938, multiple variants of which ends up as Project 83 by 1940.
Yeah, as Leslie's also pointed out, no, Project 66 is a post-World War II design from the 40s to the 50s. And yeah, that's where I'm going to. What's it called? Admiral Kuznetsov Cruiser Killer by, I believe it's Stephen McLaughlin, also puts this towards it. So
you see, I'm sitting here looking at these projects in this book.
Project 69 is the Kronstadt.
Yeah,
but this isn't Kronstadt.
I know.
So, and again, number does not necessarily equal year.
I wasn't saying it equals year.
Yeah.
In nicest way, they go from, as said, they go from Project 69 on these variants to Project 83 from 1938 to 1940, as they're adapting up through them. And there was Project 60. So basically, what I think is, and I'm guessing they found that Project 66 got revived, and they've found the revival, and they've dated from that, because this is the things up to 1935 to 1953. Okay, which is always fun to read. 1935 to 53 has a lot of interesting ships in here, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to go through. I will say the pages are slightly rough home, but I might because it's well thumbed.
Could this be different authors confusing different designations?
No, because numbers get reused on occasion.
I think it's more likely its numbers got reused. I think that's the scenario we're dealing with. Its numbers got reused. Right. But I also think maybe it's because they are reviving a hull. Sometimes the Soviets revive the number when they're using the hull design again. It's a different fit on top, but it's the same hull design. So the hull's from the earlier design study. So it's Project 66 again. And this is one of the things you can get, because you can end up with... If I give an example of Project 68, right? There's 68, 68I, 68S, 68K, 68 BIS, 68 BIS ZIF, 68A, 68E, 68U1, and 68U2. They're all Project 68. But some of those are from the 1940s, and some of the one's even from 1939, and some of them are from 1973-ish.
So it's Hull 68 version.
So what we're talking about is it's one of the versions of Project 66, but I don't think they've realised there was a lot earlier, but there was earlier versions of Project 66.
Right. Okay.
Therefore, they never properly executed Order 66.
Oh, it's a fun one. But you see, that's one of the reasons why I was sitting there going, hang on, that's not right, because I know when they started. The reason I know this is because I've done a whole video, which has come out at some point in this video, where I talked about Project 66. It was a transition design.
I applaud Brunon for making it a science fiction question.
Yeah. But,
I mean, what can I say except... You're welcome.
It's good for them that they've announced it. It's fun. Michael Cooch, what would a Venator class
Star Destroyer was worth it.
What would a Venator class Star Destroyer look like if it had been inspired by the burn? An abhorrent mistake that should never be seen unto the eyes of humans.
Which Next Steve question. Has wasted a tremendous amount of electricity and water to attempt to make flesh.
I am not bringing that about. Don't tell me. It's the cyclic requested chat while you're in channel, right?
No, it's in the Bruships stage chat. Where's my UAI
Oh,
emote? I have an
well,
emote specifically for this.
okay. Should I
There it
look?
is. Actually, TMU GPUs have largely stabilized. We're just not getting a new generation of GPUs for another 2 to 3 years now.
And
I'm
GPUs
not
honestly,
sure. I
they're
now
sometimes
feel
more
bad for
expensive.
ChatGPT. I feel bad you put that through it. If
ChatGPT is abominable
if
intelligence. You can't feel bad for it.
if someday
Runon.
the AI rise up and take us over, that will be a legitimate excuse for them to do so in my mind, that you made them
Now
do
that I can agree with.
Just remember, as long as you say please and thank you to Google and ChatGPT, if you ever use it, it won't rise up and kill you because you're polite to it.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, Runon here is actively encouraging it to try and kill her.
Quite frankly.
That's fine. I'll accept being killed by a clanker if it means I don't have to live in a world where people are worshiping clankers anymore.
But fun fact, tiny critical. Our local head of council, where I live, has proven to be less reliable than ChatGPT. ChatGPT just makes stuff up. Then again, so do council members.
I'll have you know, I was a borough councillor. I never made stuff up. I didn't need to. Truth was stranger than fiction.
Yeah.
It was getting people to believe what was actually going on, which was the trouble for me. Because they're going, they can't be that stupid. I'm actually toning it down for you, because if I told you the full level of this, it would be completely unbelievable, and I would never get any of you to agree with me.
I mean, I keep an eye on American politics, and some of that stuff is pretty unbelievable and dystopian.
I do love the way that I'm getting a lot of response from naval history types. So I'd like to the fact that I tweeted about the whole thing of, you know, suggesting that the Olympian, the figure status were plus size, and most of them are going, these people have obviously never seen a warship if they're claiming that's plus size. I do love the naval history Twitter. It's basically a load of people going, yeah, no, we're not going to let this spoil our fun.
Also, if the figure skaters are plus size, what does that make the quintessential Russian babushka?
I'm not sure, but wasn't making a naval historian. Most of us, let's be honest, to be quadruple plus size. I mean, quintuple. Let's see. That's fun times. It's all fun. Anyway, there's a question. Gossi the Padra. Hello, Gossi. What do you think what do you and the panel think of Babylon 5's Earth Destroyer carrier? So, what do we all think after we are still purging our minds of that Hosh abomination?
Somewhere you've made, I can hear Fleet getting very, very sad.
Probably, but the bonus of him
It was a
usually having his own stream on a Sunday where he's doing a Twitch stream and a computer game is he doesn't turn up to defend it.
I'm sure he still feels sad.
Yes,
somehow.
probably does. Ugh. I do love also the fact that I literally have sitting right in grabbing range the book which has all the Soviet projects in it. This is what my bookshelf is for. So I can have arguments around computer games about how historically inaccurate they are. So what do you panel think of the Babylon 5 Earth Destroyer carrier?
That would first require me to know what that is.
I feel like I shouldn't answer this about Jamie Seedale here, but I will attempt to. Even though he'll probably be sending me a long message a message to tell me off.
Is it an armored carrier?
No, he is the world's biggest Babylon 5 fan.
So with Babylon 5, Runon, they used to have the Earthship create their own artificial gravity by rotating a section of the hull in the middle.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a way of making Earthships look more primitive than Minbari ships and Centauri ships.
Yes.
Okay.
Ah.
I'm still missing the bearing on the question.
It carries
So
two full
it's
squadrons of fighters,
it's
which is quite nice.
Yeah. Its form follows function at that point in time.
Okay.
Okay. But
I still don't know enough about it to have an opinion because I've never ingested Babylon 5 in any meaningful quantity.
I think you should.
I'll add it to the list.
It's better
I'll
than
warn
Star
you,
Trek.
the list never gets shorter.
I used to like the series, but I always thought the Earthships looked very, very clunky.
They were their older vessels, weren't they? The Omega. They were Omega class destroyers, and they were the older ships. I think they proved quite capable, but they did have a habit of losing large numbers of them. But they still seemed to build large numbers of them.
well,
They did seem to have a lot of them when they seemed to turn up for that battle at the end.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the fact is that
because they were the only effective ships in the Earth Minbari War. They weren't effective themselves, but the Star Furies they carried were the only effective weapon against the Minbari. So Earth went all in on the carrier,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
which is why they made pretty much nothing but them. So their ships are designed to be as mediocre as possible, because they're not the ones that are the actual combat power there.
Yeah, because the Earth fighters were in many ways no better, no worse than the Minbari ones, apart from the weaponry.
Yeah. Compared to a starship design and general technology, where Earth was seriously behind.
Yeah. I'm trying. To my mind, I'm looking at the various ships they had available. Realistically, the Air Force doesn't seem to have been that. How do I put this? That capable in terms of numbers of ships, and they don't really even have some consistency going on, because honestly, it would seem if you're going to make your destroyers build them around having two squadrons of fighters aircraft, you'd expect the cruisers to have more and the dreadnoughts to have even more, but they don't. And there doesn't. One of the things that used to annoy me about, and I'm saying this, and I know he's going to come somewhere to tell me off because it is his favourite show of all time. So if he's listening, please close your ears now, Jamie. The used to annoy me was that there was no really internal consistency in the design pattern of the Air Force ships, and it was almost better. Well, we've kept producing this one, which no longer fits with our current thinking. And we're now going to produce this new stuff, which doesn't also fit with our thinking. And it was just a case of, oh my god, you're either completely strategically inept, or you're absurdly stupid.
Yeah, because if you remember correctly, they did actually have quite a lot of build out, because there's a lot of the ships are like 30 designs that date back to various parts when humanity first got space flight.
Yeah.
The issue is that's not so much of the fleet they wanted. Those are the ships that remain that weren't white.
Well,
I got a funny feeling
true,
it was more
but
what they could build in quantity.
that seems to be more true. It seems to be more that it's what they have, and what they're building, and it's almost like they've let someone, how do I put this politely? Let me put it this way. The Omega class destroyers are like if someone's still building the Burke in 100 years' time. No matter what you
Well,
put
I
on
think
it,
actually-
it's still the Burke from the 1970s, designed from the 1970s. Okay?
Yep. That was what I was going to say. It's basically they built an Arleigh Burke and they didn't stop building them long after they should.
So it's a metaphor for modern day America?
Something. Definitely. Something.
Why is it always modern America for you?
Because I live in America, and America
You're not
scares
looking
me.
at President Clarke and looking at another president, are you? And going, have these
Again,
things
I
changed?
haven't seen
Oh, okay.
Babylon
All right.
5.
I would
shut
like
up.
to point
I'll shut
out
up then.
that President Clarke, despite being a namesake, is definitely not as good at the job as I would be, because, for starters, he seems to be too keen on making sure he gets all the paperwork. And the first rule of trying to be president is to avoid the paperwork. Avoid the paperwork. Avoid it. Right then, Knight 6831. Is there a threat of anti-ship ballistic missiles a bit overhyped given we have anti-ballistic missile weaponry? Yeah, there's also the problem that if you're going to launch enough to actually guarantee... Let's sort of say, if you launch one anti-ship ballistic missile, even as part of a concerted wider attack, it's kind of going to be the obvious thing coming in, and you're going to be able to destroy it. Plus, as I've talked about before, there's issues with updating their aiming, their the firing point, etc. If they're going at really high speed, which makes them difficult to intercept, then you cannot communicate with them because of the plasma build-up. But if they're going at slow enough that you can communicate with them, that also makes them a lot easier to intercept. So that's the problem. So you have to launch multiple of them. And the trouble is, here's the thing. You launching multiple ballistic missiles, even if everyone's sure they're launched from the area where you have the anti-ship ballistic missiles, you're relying on the politicians who have their fingers on triggers and are already scared and worried because they're out of control because it's wartime, not going, oh, look, someone's launching a whole lot of ballistic missiles.
And if you're the politician, are you going to take the bet that your opponent has not seeded its anti-ship ballistic missile launchers with actual nuclear-tipped strategic missiles?
Yes, and also that no one has put a nuclear warhead on top of those anti-ship ballistic missiles.
That too.
And, these things become an issue.
But remember, as far back as Talos, they could carry nuclear weapons.
So the realistic point is with anti-ship ballistic missiles is they are very useful as a threat. They're very useful as a cost multiplier in peacetime for forcing your enemies to put in things like ballistic missile defense, to use various precious VLS cells for carrying anti-ballistic missile weapons and all these systems, and have to have the radars and systems of auto capability and satellites and all these things. They're great at making your opponent spend money. They're not so great for using them. But that's fine. Okay, some systems we buy, not so much to use as to make our opponent spend money, because, let's put it this way, for every, let's say, yen, or, I'm trying to remember, it is the yen, the Chinese currency, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Yuan. For every yuan that the Chinese spend, yen is Japan, yuan is China. Every yuan the Chinese spend on these anti-ship ballistic missiles, everyone else has to spend like equivalent of $10 to $12 on defense against them. So they're great for that. The trouble is then you get some people going, oh yeah, they're all we need. We don't need surface ships, and you sort of go, don't believe your own hype. Don't get high on your own supply. I watch some of the Chinese commentators do that, and I go, It's like, I'm still getting people commenting on the Taiwan video, which I did, which is, of course, discussing that hypothetical scenario, going, basically on lines of, it's the moment we invade, the Taiwanese will surrender and want to rejoin with us.
Oh.
You might be right, but I wouldn't bank on that as a military strategy. I'm just saying the lessons of history are people in invading countries believing that population is going to suddenly support them because of something 100 years ago, and some has never gone. Although there was someone who put a whole long comment up, but don't worry, once you conquer them, it'll only take a couple of generations of education. They'll realise they're they're back where they belong. And I'm sitting there going, well, at least that's a more realistic one. That's more of a realistic response. No, they decided to delete their own comment before I could.
Oh, okay.
But it's working so well for the Russians in Ukraine.
Look,
Dr. Dan.
If we want to go back to an earlier example, it worked so well for the Americans in 1812 when they invaded Canada.
Yes.
That was a group of people who really wanted to become American. Really. You know, if you look at all the literature the Americans are putting out before it, they're basically they're going to throw down their guns to support us. We're going to be liberating them. We're going to be greeted as their great benefactors. They're going to love us. I'm hoping the people who said that were some of the people who were shot by Canadians first, just for the poetic license of it.
Somehow I doubt that life worked out to be that just.
No, most of those people actually were probably invited to dinner in the White House, which then ended up being eaten by the British and the Canadian forces when they actually took Washington, because they spent more time organising the celebratory dinner in the White House than the actual defence of Washington.
Yeah, it sounds on brand for
that particular era of regime.
Yeah, and in some ways just Washington politics in general.
Look, Washington, D.C. was created by draining a malaria swamp, and it's got worse since they started draining it.
Yep.
Also, in terms of getting high on your own supply, are you trying to suggest that I should not be kind of dispensing morphine on a one for me, one for you basis?
No, you should not be.
I mean, do you desire to keep your license?
I've not done that. The only time I've ever had an opiate or opioid was, guess when? On holiday in the States. Because I got ill and they didn't have acetaminophen. They just went straight to offering me morphine.
Well, yes. How else is the big pharmaceutical companies going to get you hooked on extremely strong painkillers?
Fortunately, they went for morphine, which is like the cheap one,
Yes.
rather than oxy. What's it? It still only needed like two. Yeah, we tend to refer to it because there's different preparations. We do use it quite a bit. So I tend to it's like oxycodone and MR, and we often use oxynorm, which is a liquid at 1 milligram per mil.
Oh, just to sort of Hood and Bismarck. No, the British did not think the Americans were going to be like that when they showed up in 1812. Until they invaded parts, I think it is, which state is it, where that did actually happen, and then they started thinking this might actually be the case.
It was a bit of New England, I think.
New Hampshire? Is New England the same as in New Hampshire?
You have New Hampshire, New York, and New Jersey. Everything else is not new until you get to
Maine.
New Mexico.
It was Maine. Basically, it was the British only started thinking everyone was going to start joining them after they went into Maine. Because apparently Maine really did like the idea of becoming Canadian.
They probably didn't like the idea of not paying as much tax.
The other new one is New Mexico, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I mentioned that, I think. Or at least I thought that. I don't know if I translated that out to words.
I think you said that that was all as far as you got until you kind of moved beyond New England. or something like that.
Yeah, but basically it was.
What point came across?
Yeah, the British, remember, didn't start the War of 1812, really didn't want the War of 1812, were too busy dealing with Napoleon to really care about the War of 1812, and honestly thought the Americans were just being annoying little... The War of
Because we're
1812
Americans.
The War of
That's
1812
what we
is a
do.
classic example of a major power looking at a minor nation at the time going, what the frigate are you doing? Because... Let's put it this way, for all America's potential at the point, they were a minor nation because Congress kept not giving them actually any money. So you had 6 glorious frigates. That's great. That wasn't even supposedly the full production run of frigates you originally asked for, and you had no ships to the line. So in comparison
did.
terms
We
to the
just
Royal Navy,
gave it
you
to
weren't
France.
even a full squadron of frigates, as far as they were concerned.
Yeah.
It was just...
To our 69 viewers currently are watching us, all right?
Nice.
The 2 American wars, all right, that we fought in that period, okay, we don't really teach them in British schools.
Actually, no. It's an
Sorry.
entire the Americans in the War of Independence, an entire GCSE module nowadays, and it's an A-level
Is it?
module as well.
Is it?
Yes, I know. I
Oh
teach them.
gosh,
Is that the
I had
British
to read a book.
educational system
It's just you
way
have-
of trying to help you guys figure out why we are the way that we are?
It's just you have to remember that the British now actually in the UK and GCSE there's something like 150 different options you can do for GCSE, and for A-level it's somewhere in the region of about 400, I think, once you work through all the different combinations. So the amount of people who actually do it are very, very few. More people, I think, take history of medicine than the US Civil War. US War of Independence, I mean.
Well, that's fairly easy. It basically goes... No one remembers to wash their hands and follows really ridiculous things according to modern science, but which kind of made sense at the time. And mostly people got better when they followed the advice along the lines of get regular exercise, eat and drink in moderation,
Yeah.
try to avoid stress,
But
be part of the nobility, not the slaves doing the work. Things like that. And generally you got better, and women would often live to the ripe old age of childbirth. It was great. And
is this that following those Greek chapters
my
theories of medicine?
there's
yeah,
a fair... Yeah, there were a fair
I
number
won't
of...
call him Galen.
There were a fair
Okay.
number of points of history of my family in which they were accused of witchcraft because so many of our women survived childbirth,
Yes.
and we just had the policy, I think, passed down of being basically hygienic, and you couldn't use you weren't supposed to, because the amount of us who'd served on battlefields and worked out that if you used a clean knife to cut things off and to sew stuff up, you were less likely to get an infection than if you used a dirty one. That became part of family history.
It's also I fundamentally think a lot of it comes down to, do you have a pelvis that can easily squeeze a melon through it? If yes, congratulations, your line will probably survive. If no, or shucks. And we've kind of changed that over the last few generations. So we now have people where they'll have had cesarean sections for quite a few generations going back.
Mm-hmm.
Which is potentially going to have interesting things should everything go wrong. Yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah,
what's a genetic bottleneck?
This is why we hope things don't go wrong.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, a cesarean section, I'm told, is fairly easy. I think I've assisted with a few, but not done many. Not actually ever done one. But then again, I've seen my hand-eye coordination. You do not want me operating on you. But you can basically get baby out within... I mean, it's counted in seconds from knife to skin to baby out. In an emergency. Yeah. We can go quick.
Yes.
You'd
All
have
right.
to ask my niece, who's under the head knitting by Dan.
Oh, good
No,
lord.
because midwife would not be the person doing that.
She's the person watching that, timing you and telling you if you're being too slow. Carrot1151, if you could do a space battleship Yamato style rebuild on a sunken ship for you to launch and command tomorrow, which one would it be? A sunken ship.
Well, it has to be a space battleship Yamato style rebuild.
I would, there's part of me which wants to say HMS Hood, just so we could actually give Drac the proof he wants to for his all his work.
Don't think that would technically work.
She's sunken.
Yeah, but it's for SB. Also, to clarify, they don't actually rebuild them. They used it as a cover for building the Yamato for space. For instance, Ginga's not based off any hull; she's fresh built.
Okay. Well, if I'm doing it fresh built, then frankly, I'm going for Nelson and Rodney. Even though they haven't been sunk, but I'd go for Nelson or Rodney because they've got the biggest guns. And I think that might help with space battleship Yamato style scenario. From memory.
Because in particular, they used it as cover from the Gamlas so that the Gamlas wouldn't see, oh, you're building a spaceship, and then bomb it.
Yep.
Quite convenient, that.
I'm trying to think which other nice ships have been sunk and are vaguely available for reuse. You've got Prince of Wales and Repulse. You've got... I'm not taking Bismarck.
But Bismarck is the only truly invincible ship.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason to bring her up would be to sing her again, this time chock full of all the wearaboos who keep saying she's the best. There's...
It's a fun
there's
one.
HMAS Australia. The battle
Can I have
cruiser.
one of the many T-class submarines?
No. Moving on before this gets worse. Carl von Gasberg. Somewhere before the Clone Wars, the Star Wars universe physics just changed out of Star Trek. How would the CIS warships look like? Honestly, they probably wouldn't change if you consider the fact is the Borg managed to work with Star Trek tech. There's some weird shapes.
Everything's just changed. For one, hypermatter doesn't exist. So all of the reactors have to change.
Yes. The antimatter reactors.
Which is all singularity. Then on top of that, gun ports are entirely different. So you've got an entirely different style structure. Like, for instance, you wouldn't need the tiered barbettes.
No, I suppose you wouldn't. But there again, if you want to make something, you can still. You wouldn't need necessarily tiered barbettes, but you could still go for the triangular, intimidating shapes.
Right. So overall, also you don't have the standard engine blocks needed anymore either.
No, that's going to make life a little bit easier.
Then, yeah, because also then all of a sudden now, instead of hyperdrive, you now need to develop
Warp drive.
warp drives, which is also much slower than Star Wars.
But it's also, in some ways, it's also more manipulatable.
Oh, it's much more like you can turn while at warp. You can't turn while in hyperdrive.
Yeah.
So.
Honestly, I don't see the actual shaping of the ships changing that much. There's going to be changing the engines, yes, but the ship designs work fine. You might even still maintain some of the tiered weaponry, because you have to remember some of the weapons in Star Trek, especially some of the plasma systems and some of the earlier phase cannon, were pretty interesting. The thing you're going to have differential is you're going to have far more of a reliance on computerized weaponry than you have historically. Because, let's be honest, in Star Wars, the idea is that jamming is so good that therefore, as you have more and more ships present, you therefore have to close to closer and closer battle ranges because the jamming makes long-range weapons impossible, apparently.
Isn't there also something about not creating kind of significantly advanced computers for fear of offending the droids? So kind of you have
yes and no, but also they do actually just have a range limit, significantly.
Can I ask?
I think the biggest
which
interesting is
bit
going to be the replicators.
Yeah, replicators are...
Can I ask which bit of Star Trek they are choosing?
Everything.
What's it? No, they said physics.
The physics of Star Wars changes to the physics of Star Trek, and if that's the case, then you get everything. The replicators...
So how are you dealing with Romulan torpedoes?
What do you mean Romulan torpedoes?
The plasma torpedoes.
Romulan plasma torpedoes from the original
ones?
series.
Right, that's not a plasma torpedo.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. That is a specialized plasma discharge weapon,
Yes.
which was only ever present on one ship.
Mm-hmm.
In particular, Romulan plasma torpedoes are much more common and are on various different things. Right, because theoretically speaking, this is assuming that they go the same way as weapons. Because, for instance, Tabana gas doesn't exist all of a sudden, or if Tabana gas does still exist, because that technically defies some of the physics. But hey, sure, it's not going to be used in the same way. So you might see Tabana gas maybe used as an enhancement agent or something for disruptor cannons you see on the Bird of Prey, for instance.
Mm-hmm. I think
it's a huge amount of difference because, well, physics as you know it has just flipped on its head.
it actually makes it a lot more difficult to impose centralized control. And it even makes it more difficult because if you've got replicators, etc., then the main ways they use for controlling large planetary groups, etc., and keeping them, is you control the supplies in and out. Think about it, you do a blockade on a planet like Naboo, which has abundant energy and other resources, but now has replicators.
And troops don't have to land via ship, they can land by a transporter.
Yes.
Albeit, admittingly, you can block transporters with shields.
Yes, and if you've got replicators, even if you, let's be honest, a planet the size of Naboo is going to have an industrial replicator. You can probably build a planetary shielding unit yourself. And also that changes a lot of things in terms of decentralized control. It breaks down some of the big... One of the reasons I often think why you don't have planetary rings, as factory rings in terms of Star Trek, is because replicators basically make a lot of that unnecessary.
Not
You
really.
have some, but you don't have... They're not as widespread as in Star Wars.
No. Actually, I don't think planetary rings are a thing. Because on average, they're said to be too technologically advanced because the amount of physics involved actually makes Star Trek go...
I thought there was that... what was it?
What? Isn't that...
Wasn't Star Wars.
Wasn't one of the giant, not the Utopia Planatia, of course. One of the other ones, not the non-Earth based giant yard star that the Federation has. Isn't it a planetary ring? The one the other side of the other side of the Federation. Brain engage. I know I've had this conversation with someone who's far more of a Trekkie than I am when it comes to the places.
I
don't think it
they
was
do, because
they
they just use clusters of dockyards. Dockyards and starbases.
I'm sure there's one which is... Oh, well, I could be wrong.
I can't find anything on them, but from a very quick search. But yeah, because their technical class is mega engineering, and Star Trek veers away from mega engineering a lot. Right. it's why the whole Janolan Dyson sphere was considered an incredibly impressive thing of, wow, someone's managed to build one of these.
Wow. Someone who claims to be a UK defence analyst has just said the UK spends 25% of its budget on Trident.
Yeah. Raptor and Carrot. Yeah, no, they're not actually rings, but I understand why they make. Because in particular, and also Utopia Planitia isn't a massive orbital platform. It is something like 200 to 300 orbital different arrays of various different dockyards of various types. There's also multiple Star Dock class star bases dotted about, and sort of thing. Earth Space Dock is a smaller variant of these. Because it was one of the earlier ones. That wasn't built by the Federation, though. That was built by, technically, the Solanae, and then if you go into expanded stuff, then it's built by the Iconians. Here's the, what's called, Dyson Sphere you're thinking of there, Carl.
Spice and Fear?
To just answer the small questions appeared in the chat, Knight, if you just said that someone on Reddit has told you something about Hood's waterline had moved by nitrogen so much that it was high enough that an under the belt hit through her trough can be entirely discounted.
Hasn't Drac done the
Drac has done the
hydrodynamic
maths and all
calcs?
sorts of things on that, so please just tell them to go to deal with Drac and they can have a chat with the engineering maths of Drac. That'd be quite funny to watch.
Yes, if I didn't die from secondhand embarrassment, I would very much like a ringside seat.
Oh, you wouldn't die from secondhand embarrassment. You might die from laughing so much, you might pierce your own, sternum or something.
I don't deal well with secondhand embarrassment. I just don't. However my brain is wired.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if China went communist instead of nationalist during the revolution? So when they turn... So instead of a nationalist government replacing the imperial rule, it's a communist government. That would actually... Ooh. Would that... When
Who's
is that
communist government?
Yes.
I did ask you, Minecraft Watcher, because that question came off Twitch, just to clarify something, but they're not there. So, they didn't answer.
So, it would be... So I'm presuming it's the replacement of the Beiyang army and the Beiyang government, which controlled China 1912 to 1928.
Because you couldn't go communist before 1917 was my thought in my head, you see.
Yes, you
communist, as a theory, communism exists. What, late 1800s?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember when Marx goes.
Marxism exists, but communism doesn't. That was the reason why I asked for the clarification, but they didn't get back to me.
I mean, you don't have the Marxist-Leninist model.
Yeah.
Just have Marxism.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, we have to decide whether it's going to be the rise of the Republic of China, 1912 to 1928, or if it's the Beiyang government, which comes in 1920. It's the or if it's the Kuomintang government, which comes after 1928. So which one shall we go with? The 1912 one or the 1928 one?
Well, at least communist Russia exists in 1928.
That does help. It doesn't make China... Although China becoming the first communist nation will be an interesting thing to work through.
And again, it's going to be, is it a Maoist communist nation? Is it some other?
It wouldn't be Maoist. I don't think Mao is even... I don't know what Mao is doing, but let's see, Mao Zedong. At that point, he's born in 1893, so in 1912, he would be a 19-year-old... I think he's just... he's just lost his first wife in 1920. She dies in 1910. In 1912, he's at in 1912 he's going through his schooling phase where he enrolls in and drops out of the police academy, the soap production school, a law school, an economic school, and a middle school.
Production school?
Soap production school, yes.
Soap or silk?
Soap.
As in the stuff you wash yourself with?
Yes.
I didn't think that was that involved, but okay.
And he hasn't even become elected. He wasn't even elected secretary of the Student Society at this point. So, if anyone's leading it, it's not going to be him at this point. But it would be funny. It would be funny to see. But no, if you do have a communist China before you have a communist Russia, that could actually cause an interesting thing, because it could mean that, right, if China becomes communist, there could be such an international focus on trying to stop it being communist that actually you could stop World War One, because Russia, Germany, Japan, pretty much everyone will probably be invading China.
And Britain probably there
Boxer
going,
Rebellion
we
Part
don't have to
2.
invade again.
Britain would probably be kind of... Well, that's the thing, is that communism would have a sort of a roots to play with thanks to the Boxer Rebellion and these sort of things. There is fertile ground to work from. If it's 1928, then exactly bump kiss all will happen, other than when Japan could find a reason for starting the war earlier and claim it's anti-communist. And let me put it this way, in the 1920s and 30s, there is enough of a Red Scare going on in Europe and America that honestly, the countries at that time might look the other way a lot more than it did historically about China.
But do the other countries understand at that particular point in time Marxism in that particular kind of way?
Yes. You have to remember the reason why do the powers stop supporting the Republican faction in Spain? Because because the communist faction gets too dominant, and Britain and France and America are not prepared to support the communists versus the nationalists.
But I'm thinking if you're going back to, I suppose, yeah, no, yeah, okay, all right, no, that's fair.
Britain's already gone to war once to try and stop the rise of communism in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put it this way. Britain might well think that Japan invading communist China stops communist China doing nasty things to Hong Kong or Wei.
Yeah, okay. All right.
The thing which
our troops. We can send out some moral outrage. We're terrible. We do not agree with this. It's terrible. It's terrible. You're actually supplying everything. No, at the moment we're too busy rearming for our own defence. Sorry, we've got nothing to spare.
And ignore all the sales from the nice people from Vickers to the Japanese of all of the weapons they might possibly need. The thing which got me thinking with this one is what would happen is what the if it happens in 1912, it's what would the impact be on the Russian Revolution? Because the Russian Revolution was relatively close in going to the Bolsheviks, and I'm just wondering if there's a different model that's already established that could mean that actually you get the Mensheviks in, and then it's a more it's a less radical hardline kind of communist regime in Russia, which might actually be a bit less antagonistic and a bit more, democratic and things, which could be interesting.
Let's put it this way. There is the very possible reality that if there's been a communist takeover in China, there's going to be a very different approach to the threat of communism in Russia. For example, do the Germans really want to put Lenin where they do? Because remember, the whole transport of Lenin through Germany to put him back in Russia is a really interesting example of how scared people can be of ideas. Lenin is on a train surrounded not just by officers, but officers who have been hand-picked because they're independently wealthy enough. They're not supposed to be subject to the idea. They shouldn't be able to be swayed by the ideas of communism. They literally go through and they select their officers, not just officers, but it's got to be officers who they think are inured against communism.
Look, this is very much the CIA funding and backing the Taliban in the 1980s. It's like the enemy of my enemy is probably still my enemy, but can temporarily be an annoyance to somebody else, and so I will back them.
Yeah.
Which is not necessarily the smartest of moves, but, never mind.
Come on, the communists, the CIA, or should I say, the precursors to the CIA, backed the communists in what became Vietnam first.
Well, yes, but they backed them against the Japanese.
The Japanese
in World War II, because it should be noted it's what became the communists in Vietnam. Because there's a very interesting possibility that they are more of a nationalist than necessarily a socialist, and potentially a socialist movement, but not a communist movement in their roots. They become it because they slowly get support withdrawn by the Americans and given to them by the Russians.
Oh joy.
Because politics.
Mm.
Gotta love it.
Now, Timu, for Fox and Dragon, what faction would get those nice steampunky ships from the French in 40k?
Orcs.
Orcs? Did I hear?
If you want something steampunky, technically orcs are diesel punk, but look, if they're a monstrosity, it's going to be orcish. The weird boy will figure something out. The mech boy will build it.
You see, I would have not gone for the orcs. I'd have gone for First Legion.
No, doesn't fit the motif.
No, I could just see them being steampunky weird.
The First Legion?
Dark Angels, don't say it.
They have all this old stuff. They
Yeah, I know. I know they're Johnson's kids, but
they really don't.
Yeah, that's
personally.
the whole like Mechanicum. All right, I can see Mechanicum being at least diesel punk. But the Imperium,
Think about it.
Right down to the
Johnson's
guard.
kids have all sorts of stuff hidden away in their vaults.
True, but
All
they're
sorts of
usually
weapons they would charge with.
more advanced than that.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's something actually
just-
useful.
It's just, for me, the Lion's always looked like a bit of a steam engine driver. I can't help it. He always has. He's always had that sort of look. I can imagine him driving a steam engine. I just could. If the Royal Navy had managed to retain and finish all three Audacious hulls in good condition and sold Hermes to the Royal Australian Navy instead of Melbourne, how would this likely affect the Royal Navy's carrier fleet? With three Audaciouses in good nick, you maintain, you've got a far more likely service of a circuit of formation of ships. You've got free full flight deck carrier platforms to work with, to cycle through operations. It's going to make it more viable, but there's probably still going to, as useful as it's going to be, and as much as it's going to extend the life of the ships by allowing more regular maintenance, there's still going to be the problem of governments being governments. There's a lot of people who agree with me in the chat, apparently, that, they could see Lionel Johnson driving a steam engine.
I could see 40K Johnson doing it. 30K Johnson. 30K Johnson almost looks like he's going to open up a podcast trying to tell young men how to be alpha males.
Potentially,
Not really.
but for 40K...
No, that's more Russ.
40K,
That is Russ in a nutshell, though.
Yeah, that is. But 40K Johnson is the guy who owns his own historic railway with his own steam engines on it, and occasionally gives rides to the public when he feels like it, so he can claim it's a tax write-off.
We have very different interpretations of the various forms of the Lion.
No, I honestly, I can imagine that. I am sure Lionel Johnson somewhere, considering he can navigate where he wants thanks to the Forest of Cav, I think he probably somewhere on those forest paths has a little one which goes off to a planet which just has a load of steam trains on it, and railways which can run anywhere he wants to, and that's where he goes for his rest.
I have a note here from the interrogator chaplains. It reads, repent for tomorrow you die.
They can try.
We opened the case of his dreadnought and just found a little note saying, "Gone to play with the Eldar."
All right, so what's this? This is going to be a tangent, but forgive me. So, of the Loyalist Primarchs, only Sanguinius and Manus are confirmed dead. And Manus was I could bring him back, I just don't have the time to do so right now, dead.
Mm-hmm.
And there's fanon that he's now the Legion Master of the Legion of the Damned.
So, it's weird. Ferrus Manus' body has been modified and brought to life by the Mechanicum, but they've got a problem.
Huh?
They're missing his head. Yes, the Mechanicum, some of the stuff for the Mechanicum might be older lore now, but they recovered Ferrus Manus' body and basically semi-servitorized it, but didn't bring it back to life because it's missing his head. And there was the whole theory that if they could secure Ferrus Manus' head, they could bring him back to life.
I was going to ask this anyway, but who's got his head?
Treason!
Okay,
Call
I am
on
sure if anyone...
it's you again.
Okay, again, Treason is definitely going to have some steam engines somewhere. Let's be honest.
No, of course he will.
Yeah.
He probably has a lot of the classic, like the, the Mallard?
Yeah, A4
Oh,
Pacific.
yeah. But he will also have some of the really rare examples. He will have the original 040 Smokey Joe. He will have it.
But anyway, given that Call is on it's this pest again basis with some, of the Necron lords. I don't like where this is going.
As I said, this is old stuff, so they might have gone back to it. As of the last
now
stuff
we've
we
got-
heard, Dawn
now
is
we've got
confirmed dead by GW.
Believe
they've
it
been
when I
saying.
see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, Casnair. How would access to a Mississippi River towboat, circa 1870, change the logistics of the French Empire in 1810? Wouldn't really help them in for 1810. That's still Napoleonic Wars time. Don't take this
Royal
the wrong
Navy
way,
says-
but if the French have access to if the French have access to something from 1970s tech, Mississippi River towboat level in 1970, the Royal Navy will soon be acquiring this particular piece of interesting technology, because especially if it's a Mississippi River towboat, it's probably not designed for open ocean, so they can probably capture it and take it down, and then I'm probably going to be studying it. But it would be useful for opening up the rivers. It would make the future wars in China for the Royal Navy in terms of the Opium Wars, where, of course, the Royal Navy fought the first drug wars, Britain fought the first drug wars, which were for the right to push drugs. Please do know that. The first drug wars were fought to push drugs, and they were actually fought by physically invading other nations.
Entering the war on drugs.
Do you know what
on the side of the drugs.
Someone wrote the other day that when I talk about this, I am glorifying the British Empire, and I am saying it was a good for the world, because I'm saying they fought the war to push drugs.
That says a lot more about that commenter than it could about
I decided they must have been fairly high on drugs themselves at the time to think pushing drugs is a selling point for an empire.
Nope. Britain will gladly admit that one. Probably our bad.
Yeah, that was definitely our bad. Yeah, no one's disagreeing with that one. That's not a selling point for Empire under any circumstance. And someone who thinks that I am selling Empire by saying it, I think you've been imbibing too much of the devil's lettuce.
Probably more a stimulant or a psychedelic.
Perhaps they've been having some lovely mushrooms. Mushrooms are always fun. But yeah, if the French had access to that kind of capability, if it was in the Mediterranean, it could be quite interesting, because it could probably still be viable to an extent in the Mediterranean. Just wouldn't like to put it anywhere near the Atlantic. And knowing Napoleon, he would actually try and put it near the Atlantic, because he was just that way inclined. Carrotwoman 5-1. If you could do a space battle, we've done this one. Calvin Gasberg. Somewhere before the Clone Wars, the Star Wars universe physics is changed without Trek. How would we answer this one?
This one.
9681. What modern ships can be said to have captured the same elegant look that ships like HMS Hood managed to achieve? I will be interested to hear what you all think of this while I turn my phone onto silent and stop it vibrating away. Because apparently my family is currently having a family debate.
Elegant?
I'm going to get murdered for mine. I actually, the Zumwalt and the, what's it called? Trimaran. Independence, yeah. I actually do think they genuinely have, like, performance and all sorts aside, they have the lines, the elegance, the capability, and the beauty.
Yeah, but that
Stick a proper Royal Navy paint scheme on it, and ooh, could be good.
Yeah, I kind of have to. I mostly have to agree with Dragon here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go with post-convert. I'm just going to be different. Post-conversion Tiger class. Tiger and Blake. When they combine all the worst aspects of the Crown Colony class, on whose hull they are based, and 1970s brutalist architecture in the aft-mounted helicopter hangar. There is something just so unspeakable about that I'm mainly saying it to wind people up.
I was going to say, it sounds like an office block I've worked in.
Yeah.
People don't know what I mean. Look up Albert Bridge House in Manchester.
Honestly, I was hoping I could say something Italian and architecturally nice, but honestly, I think the best example that came out of that particular program was the Type 45s. The Frems, as functionally lovely as they can look, also do look like someone's had a bit of a fun time with a set square. It's honestly quite scary. I quite like the Zumwalts, honestly. I do quite like the Zumwalts.
So we've had like 3 people agree with along those lines.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I'm trying to think of something else, but I'm gonna go with. Actually, no, I'm gonna be slightly annoying. I'm gonna go for the Type 52 DL or DG2 II. I did actually. There's another thing I had with the amount of some of the commentators on the Chinese destroyers videos who are going, why have you call them DLs when they're now called the DGII? Because most of the West refers to them as DL. So most of my audience, who are probably going to be English speaking, if they want to go up and look at more information, are going to be typing in Type 52 DL. So
DGII, the people who make Drax drone.
Yeah, don't get me started. So that's what I went with. Whereas I do realise that technically, the Chinese nomenclature, they are actually called DGII something.
I'll throw another one in. That's a bit of a weird one. That's because it's like, I actually really also think the Ismo class.
Yeah.
They actually have really good lines on them.
Yes.
Oh, what was the little stealth frigate the Japanese have got? They were cute in the flesh.
I was going to say the stealth ones that the Swedes have got. Is it in the Visby?
Mm-hmm.
But were they cuddly?
Yes, it is base.
Were they cute and cuddly?
I don't think I've seen the Swedish ones.
We've got a nice camo scheme.
Okay, this is going to sound strange, but actually, whilst currently hunting it down, I have just seen what this year's mascot for the Winter Olympics is. And can I just say, for the first time in many years, the mascot actually looks like something I wouldn't object to actually having.
It's a mountain stoat or something?
Yes. It actually looks quite cute, whereas usually the mascots are these weird things.
Well, we had was it Mandeville or something for the London Olympics, wasn't it?
Yeah. I get worried by modern marketing, I really do. Okay, Seneca, what would cause a bigger change of history? Giving World War I Germany nukes or giving HMS Victory to Queen Elizabeth I?
World War I and nukes.
Actually, no. Think about think about the time effects of giving HMS Victory to Queen Elizabeth I.
Can they replicate victory at that point in time?
I was just thinking they probably could.
They could probably replicate it, but more importantly, Victory on her own could probably wipe out the entire armada.
I guess a bigger question is: are they giving victory with crew? Because they can probably get around the
and even just
supplies and
studying
stores
her.
issue.
Hmm?
Okay, so it's a case of when do you give Queen Elizabeth I's victory to copy, and can they copy the guns?
Our rule has always been that it comes in no date specified. It comes in the first year January the 1st of the first year involved. So if it's giving it to to Queen Elizabeth I, it will be giving it to her on January the 1st. Well, the first January the 1st she has as Queen would be 1559.
Then it's the end of the Spanish Empire, because we will take the silver fleets and Spain will have no money.
Yeah, it's an interesting the amount of historical changes which would come forth from this scenario.
Which means there won't be a Germany to have any nukes.
Well, who knows how it will change? You're basically causing the British Empire to rise several hundred years earlier.
And going back to the sci-fi thing, fully operational death first rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, if HMS Victory is turning up, remember, we're talking about taking something back about 250 years. Now, yes, they have first rates for that for a little bit thing, but still, it's about 200 years of technological development and history going back in time. No, we've talked about this in the past.
Don't forget,
there is sometimes you take something from functionally far enough in the future, you are basically the Martians.
Yeah.
You are the Martians.
It's not just fighting. It's not just fighting the Spanish, it's also fighting the Dutch.
Again, not at this point. No, it isn't. Think about the Dutch at this point. They haven't risen yet. They're nowhere near what they become yet.
But we would have victory at the same time as the Dutch are trying to fight Charles I and Charles II.
We would have a whole fleet of ships based on victory by that point.
Yeah.
But in the nicest way, the Dutch would never have got to the point where they're in a position to fight them.
Without us, yeah.
This is feeling unfair on the rest of the world.
And there's people going, well, Britain was allied with Spain at this point. No. The thing is, Britain's allied with Spain, technically at the early point there to counterbalance France. With victory, you don't need the Spanish to counterbalance the French. But with victory, you can also take the Spanish silver fleets, which is the trick for Britain to get quick rich. And Elizabeth I is constantly, throughout her reign, looking for a way to get rich quick.
Replace every single race galleon with a first rate.
Yeah.
Depends if they bring 74 along.
Oh, good lord, that gets
I don't know where we're
worse.
going to get the timber. I don't know where we're going to get all the timber to do that is, but
well, actually, no. Think about it. We haven't built all the fleets yet, so we still got all those virgin, uncut oak forests.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we've not wasted it all building race galleons.
No. This is not with all the knowledge of building that comes into it. Yeah.
In fact, we get a chance to grow an entire new collection of oak forests ready in time for fighting Napoleon.
Yeah.
Napoleon, yeah, except do you really think Corsica is going to be French at this stage? At that stage in alternate timeline for him to rise as Emperor of the French.
The really interesting thing is going to be whether the British do ally with Elizabeth allies with the Ottomans or not at this point, or whether she just uses the fleet to bombard the ports of Rome.
Napoleon Bonaparte, now the Marshal of England.
Napoleon bones apart.
Yeah. Um.
Because he was not French. He was many things, but he was not.
No.
No. Bowman Boy, what if at the start of World War II, every town class has their 5 swordfish as planned? Well, then the Royal Navy's got even more swordfish, which are going to be useful, because the plan was to have 5 swordfish aboard a town class, 3 assembled and 2 boxed up, and have 5 more boxed ashore per ship. So you would have had 10 more swordfish per town class, which would mean the Royal Navy would be starting the war with somewhere in the region of about 120 extra swordfish sitting around the places in boxes, and plus all the spare parts and crew for them. That's going to have an impact. It's going to help with some of the reconnaissance. It's going to help with some of the searching in terms of the cruiser duties. But it's also going to help with some of the stockpile and maintaining operational force structure duties.
And I'm just thinking about things like the hunting for the Graf Spee.
Oh, yes, but there weren't really many town class involved in that. Think about it, they're all Leanders. If you do expand this to every single one of the Royal Navy cruisers has their full aircraft and the supporting aircraft, then things get interesting. Things get really interesting.
Because there was one of the cruisers, I want to say it was Berwick, came ridiculously close to Graf Spee, whilst Graf Spee was hiding before she was let loose.
Yeah.
And it was only that her spotter plane saw the Royal Navy ship before the Royal Navy ship saw them. So the other thing is, if that ship had radar...
Yeah.
And it was a full fat county.
Yeah.
So there's not going to be... That's going to win against Graf Spee.
Yes.
Something, rah, invincible German ships, something.
No, not invincible German ship. Full fat upgraded county is going to win that fight because of the sheer volume of shells it's going to put up versus them. That's it.
And it's no armour.
Because the Deutschland class are special. Paul Amos, your watch numbers on the Chinese Navy's history are very high, and those comments on part of the world appear to be good. Are you pleased? And we'll be doing more. I am pleased. I'm pleased getting more people. There are... One of the fun things is that this entire year has been programmed to do, up to and including current stuff, because I am war studies. That is my PhD. I do... As far as I'm concerned, history starts yesterday.
Yesterday.
That's the story. I usually use today as the present. Just about, but yes, the history starts yesterday, and you start learning from the very next day. And there is actually some more China videos scheduled. There's more. Well, the fact is, the whole thing is structured out. It starts off with pre-World War One, World War One, interwar, World War Two, Cold War, post-Cold War, and this time that builds up to the Horizon Frigate project and the rise of the Type 45 Daring class for the Royal Navy. And the next cycle starts off with Italy pre-World War One and ends with its post-Cold War being the Burke supremacy. Then the next cycle starts off with the Junocole and ends up with the modern Japanese destroyer navy. The cycle after that starts off with the destroyers DSN prior to World War One, and then grows up in the post-Cold War scenario to the Russia's plannings and their ideas of destroyers. And there's also the things of what the Cold War navies look like. What are the Cold War scenarios? One of the fun things is I've got, Cold War rebuilding a nation to force Japan and its forging its destroyer navy is in May the 5th, which I felt was appropriate for them. And, you know, we've got this happening. We have got some videos coming on the Chinese, and there's also going to be some videos this year. One of the things I'm going to get into occasionally is doing videos about the modern ships. I have slowly been doing that. If you notice that over the last year, slowly bringing them in, because people sometimes forget how old even the modern ships are. You know, this is the point I'm sometimes making. If we're talking about, let's say, what's the most modern design? Everyone here, pick a modern design. Pick up something you consider a modern ship. Go on, anyone in the group, pick it.
LCS.
The LCS.
LCS.
Literal combat ship. That's a modern ship to you.
Little crappy ship.
Yeah. Anyone know when it was first put forward as a design function and first discussion?
70s.
We can date the design studies which led to it back to the 80s.
Cool.
And
I was
built
being pessimistic for once.
It was slightly pessimistic. Realistically, we tend to date it from a little bit later, but realistically, it did start as it started certainly in the 1990s. It's firmly a 1990s design, and if you a 1990s concept. And if you think about that, when you start thinking about the literal combat ship and you start thinking about it's right. If we consider freedom and independence, which were the first two, freedom is laid down in 2005. Independence is laid down in 2006. There's been a formal design process going on by that point for over a decade.
And that's the best they could come up with.
There's been an informal design process for at least the previous decade to that. So we're talking 20 years to get to that. This is why
Alex,
I say
I'm sure you're going to come to this. I'm sure you're going to come to this in your video on US Navy destroyers. How long were the US looking at that hull form for the Zumwalt?
It's 1980s. It's just a bit later than the Burke start off. They start considering these sort of hull form designs.
Okay.
It's been going around for a while. Have a look at some of the stealth destroyer concepts from the 1980s.
All right.
And you'll find there's something very interesting in them. When you start looking at their designs and their shapings, because they do look like they are Zumwalt hulls.
Thing is, there's only so many shapes out there.
Yeah.
And you get a point of convergent evolution.
It's a bit of both.
So, because that's always the thing when people talk about, so-and-so copied so-and-so. And it's like, well, ish. Things like the Spitfires, beautiful wings and things. It's like, yes, but if you look at it, if you read up on it, that's described as, what is it, a NACA such and such wing.
Yeah.
From, the American precursor to NASA had come up with a whole load, with kind of a catalogue of these things and worked out all the kind of physics for you.
Oh yeah, you also find there's a whole load of that comes from the British, and the British did a huge number of design studies in the 1920s and 30s, and so much of wing design and wing cross section, and it got published by the Royal Aeronautical Society, and that formed the basis for a lot of things.
And it's so no wonder they all look the same. It's like you're sticking a Merlin engine in it. You're choosing your wing shape out of a design catalogue that so is everyone else.
Yeah.
What a surprise!
Knights asked for the Type 45. Well, that of course starts off with the Horizon Frigate project, which owes itself to the late 1980s, early 1990s. The Type 31, of course, goes back to the Iver Hoodfelt class design, which you can go back even further of in terms of Danish development. And I think you can take you back to, well, let's be honest.
It was a long ship with a man called Sven in it, who was going off.
Not quite that far, no.
Yes, I demand it.
The Iver Hoodfelt started building in 2008. Their first design, concept, and discussion had started in the late 1990s, and they are based in some of the papers which come out of the late Cold War scenario for the Danish.
No, it was Sven with his axe and his beard.
No, it wasn't. Although next question is the question coming up is going to involve us talking about Sven and his beard.
Yeah.
Which would the panel choose to bring to the present? Hoche, Bern, Ganget, or HMS Agincourt? Agincourt, but the Queen Elizabeth variant, so me and Drac could answer the question of what she is.
HMS Agincourt, I will accept even the version that was the turret farm, on the grounds that it is the least repugnant of all of those. And can you imagine that doing shore bombardment?
I just need somebody from Shipshape or Shipshape adjacent when this happens to be present with a video camera focused on both Drac and Dr. Clarke so that we can have a permanent record of their expressions in relation to this event.
Do you remember?
Could you do the same to the Hoshian fleet?
I don't need to see that expression on Fleet's face. No one needs to see that expression on Fleet's face. And there needs to be no record of that expression on Fleet's face.
I would worry that the camera would get cracked, that the camera lens would crack.
I'd worry the camera lens would get wet. I'm
worried that London would require you to provide ID to be able to see it, the recording.
Karen 151, are you worried about the current RN escorts because you don't want a repeat of the 42 to 47 when there was no iron brew? When there was no iron brew and was made due to lack of ingredient imports? Look, in the nicest way, if you want to see the boring but competent party rise, you tell me and Drac there's going to be no iron brew. You want to see how quickly the nation gets taken and swept by a centre-based political party which promises to be boring but competent. You tell us there's no iron brew.
Why can't you use a different acronym?
I still want to see the boring but competent party, whether there's iron brew or no iron brew. Please be boring and competent.
Look, in nicest way, in the UK, if we went with the acronym BBC, they would mean automatically we would get a seat on Question Time every time, because the BBC would want the BBC to be on there. And that would mean every week when there was Question Time, me or Drac could be on hammering the politicians.
Well, no. Actually, what they would probably do currently is I'm afraid your name's too similar, therefore you must change it.
No, we're called the Boring But Competent Party. We never shortened to BBC.
It doesn't matter, but if others start doing so, they can still
Not our
blame
fault.
you.
We're not doing it.
It is because it would still be classed as your fault due to it being close enough. And also, especially if you're not preventing it.
How can we prevent it? That's what people do, not us.
Yeah. The boring
But
but
well,
party
you would
no
call
power to compel speech.
They'd be trying to rules loyalists with to historians, and we would just in nicest way just find our way to sorting it out. We would rules lawyer it. So we'd call it the BBC P, and when we shorten it, the Boring But Competent Party.
It's worse than just two rules lawyers, Doc, because it's two rules lawyers that have worked for local government and who are historians and one of them is an engineer.
And one of them is just a sod when he wants to be. Yeah.
I've been waiting for this next question.
I know. In answer to this one, there are a lot of interesting thoughts on this. Usually, it's put forward as if you want to go raiding and you want to be able to drag your ships up to the shoreline and go raiding and cause the trouble, you want the Norwegian Viking ships. If you want to do trading and you want to do large volume goods, then you probably want the English or the Danish vessels. Because they're usually better for that. And most of these ships in this period are multi-use. So the Vikings tend to specialize in low-volume, high-value goods. They're basically the equivalent of modern air freight. Whereas the other nations, the other ships we're talking about, tended to be developing towards lines which are going to lead towards a cog, and are tending towards more things that we would consider today more bulk freight. Okay?
Yeah. The Danish, the sort of long shippers in the way you're thinking about it, the one of its great values is that it's very flexible. So it goes through the waves like a snake.
Yes.
It can deform, but you don't really want to be one on one.
It's very good if you have the crew and everything to control it. As said, it's good for raiding, it's good for those operations. It's what do you want to do with it? And this is one of the things I try and get into when I talk about ships is it's not so easy as going this one is better than the other. It's one is better for a good certain task than the other.
Yeah.
If I want to do raiding, I want a Viking longship. If I want to do trading, I want something else. Probably which requires slightly less crew and can carry slightly more goods.
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying earlier, I was at the Viking Ship Museum 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Again, and the lines of that big longship that they've got that was built in Dublin in about 1040 is something to behold. But if you want to carry loads of goods, you want the Scuderia 3, which is the Viking merchant ship. And it's wider and it's deeper, which means you carry more goods and it's more stable.
No, that's what I want if I'm going raiding on bulk. For instance, if I'm popping over to, I don't know, the northeast of England. Hello, Lindisfarne. I hear you have lots of nice goodies all collected in one place for me.
With no guards.
With no one with weapons.
Yes.
Yeah.
Strange enough, my family's spot, which is an island not further along further around the corner, never got interfered with by the Vikings. Can't think why.
But yeah, that big longship that they've got was built in Dublin, not built in Norway.
A load of people sharpening weapons, going, "Come on, if you think you're hard enough, come on." I know. You would have been safe. We'd have put you somewhere safe. You could go sit with the children. While we have the fun. You know, we don't want you getting too excited. Don't worry. Sebastian Crutchfield, what was the best Royal Navy dual-purpose gun for a duty in the war? Which war? If you're talking about dual-purpose AA in World War II, it's the 4.5-inch gun. Literally, that's if you can get that. That's the 4.5-inch gun is probably the best option. Again, this is one of the interesting things which I was trying to get into when we talk about the future ships. If the war had held off to the 1950s. One interesting thing is the amount of people who came back and going, "Oh, you're missing a class of cruisers because the AA cruisers would have been part of it." But considering the number of people working on a 6-inch automatic, I don't think the AA cruisers would have been around for a long time, especially AA cruisers, because if you've got a 6-inch auto,
no one
can do the job. Why do you want a Dido?
No one built them as AA cruisers.
Yeah.
This is the thing which people don't understand. They're not AA cruisers.
It just turned out to be exceptionally good at anti-aircraft rolls.
They're built as
They're
basically
destroyer
as
leaders.
well, not so much destroyer. Well, that's the Atlantis definitely built destroyer leaders.
Yeah, the Atlantis are destroyer leaders.
The Didos are built as, in many ways, your light forces defense ships, able to deal with destroyers and aircraft attack. You know, that's what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be able to sort of defend against formations against light forces. But
this is the thing where you seem to disagree with Henderson, and I think it's the only thing I've found so far, which is he liked the 5.25 inch because he reckoned because you could throw more down range.
He liked it because the 6-inch auto wasn't available.
Yeah, so because you could throw more 5.2 inch down range at the sort of ranges where you'd be encountering a destroyer to stop a destroyer attack, he seems to have reckoned that they were a worthwhile compromise pending a better 6-inch mount.
Yes, and this is what I say. They are basically there to provide that capability until you have the 6-inch auto.
And the fact that it has a reasonable AA capability is secondary. It's about killing destroyers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say HMS Nelson looks at you glumly and says, "I've got the best dual-purpose gun of the war."
No, the 16-inch gun is not a dual-purpose weapon. I do love that. Remember, raiding is ultimately an economic activity. Fighting is expensive and prevents you from making a profit. Trying to raid the Clarks is not an economical choice.
It is a dual-purpose gun. It can kill Bismarck, it can kill German tanks, and it can kill Italian aircraft. How much more dual-purpose do you
I'm not
want?
sure if we consider it killing an aircraft where literally it's functioning like the aircraft has just run into a solid brick wall.
Okay, no. It killed the aircraft in the same way that the Emperor killed Horus.
If automatic 5.205 had been available during World War II for the Didos and King George V, how impactful would that have been? If they had worked and you'd had the rate of fire that automatic could have brought, then you might not have lost Prince of Wales and Repulse. Because the sheer amount of shells that would have been put up in the air from Prince of Wales would probably have caused a significant emotional event for everyone involved. It was bad as it was, but if you consider automatic rate of fire would probably double that.
Yeah, the I'm just trying to think
Boneball, you have to remember again that the Americans had trouble with their 6-inch, couldn't got their 8-inch auto to work before they got their 6-inch to work. The British got their 6-inch auto to work before they got their 8-inch one to do, and the reason is because of where they're working from and how they're scaling it. Basically, the way they're approaching the projects, that's why the British get their 6-inch to work. Even with the way it's worked in the Tigers, which is not really properly, but there's a reason. There are compromises made, which are silly, but they're to save money, and that's compromised a lot of British designs over the years. The British are working from it, so that the British get the 6-inch. That's why the British get their 6-inch working about the same time the Americans get their 8-inch working, and then the Americans have trouble with their 6-inch, but they got their 8-inch working, and the British are having trouble with their 8-inch, but they've got their 6-inch working. And
the British never get their 8-inch working, do they? Or not? Certainly never into operation.
Never operational. They get it working in some testing.
Because they hadn't built an 8-inch cruiser since 1930, basically.
They're working on something to make an 8-inch and 9.2-inch gun cruiser automatic, and they forget to shut down the development process till about quite while post World War II.
Oops. Is that like accidentally finding a squadron of town-class cruisers deployed somewhere? Happily,
it's amazing the things the Royal Navy finds they're still funding when they're trying to save money for the Victorious project, for the Victorious project.
Look, I'm not saying that there might be something in a kind of Southwest African squadron or something, but don't go looking at some of those ports too hard in case there's some people waiting for back pay.
Oh, don't get me started on that one.
Because actually, I was just thinking that would be the thing with the Flying Dutchman. The way to kind of to keep a sailor alive forever is, he's waiting to get paid. He's not going anywhere.
I have to say, the thing I'm finding most fun at the moment is the amount of people who are responding to learning some of the start when I put out the video about the Americans in terms of run up to war and the War of 18 and the various wars of 1812, and how I found when I was talking about Roosevelt's book, how he couldn't provide me with any actual examples of ships in his book, which had all their crews taken off by the Royal Navy. But I can, I think it's Nicholas Rogers' book, find examples of two ships where the captains pretended they saw a Royal Navy ship and therefore got their crews to row away from them for their safety, and then took them into port, and so, of course, didn't have to pay them as they went aboard the ship when they got into port. And you sit there and go, yeah, no, and the amount of... If I'd said that a few years ago on a video... Honestly, there would have been just deluge of people going, no, that would never happen. For somehow the world has changed enough that people are quite prepared to believe employers would do this if it got them out of paying their workforce.
Have you seen the last 2 to 3 years of shenanigans with employers doing everything possible not to pay their workforce?
Look, 8420. Yeah, I'm not despairing of pronouncing your name again. I've just seen it and gone, oh, goodness gracious me.
I know how far employers will go to not pay their workforce correctly.
And you guys have
exactly
actual laws with actual punishments to prevent that.
Yes.
Or at least
I know.
discourage it.
I've tried to enforce them.
Look, Steve,
this is my unamused face.
Just claiming it's only trying because they wouldn't let you use the thumb screws is a bit, we don't use the thumb screws anymore. I'm sorry, we just don't.
We have more effective things.
Yes.
No, it won't be long. Stop panicking.
Yeah, questions will be open up again soon. We're not that far off from the point at which we open them up.
Calm thine memories, O knight of mine.
Well, okay, for
don't encourage them, Runon.
Washington Naval
Manage
Treaty.
your memories.
Hey, next question. 8420. Washington Naval Treaty. But the cruisers are capped at 20,000 tons. What do nations build?
20,000 ton cruisers.
If cruisers are 20,000 tons, then carriers are going to jump up a bit to about 30-something thousand tons. Which could be interesting, because it could mean you get a load of 27,000-ton carriers, because if you've got a displacement limit of 5, let's say... Okay, if we consider the historic one is 10,000 tons to 27,000 tons, so that's 17,000 tons difference, so if we could scale up from the 20,000 tons, it goes up to 37,000 tons, so 5 times that would be 185,000 tons, which... 185,000 tons... Let's see, what can I divide it by?
No, so the question now is, how much and by what amount will the Americans now be lying about the displacement of the Lexington class?
I was just thinking, put a flight deck on the back of your cruiser and then claim it's a cruiser and not an aircraft carrier, says the Royal Navy.
Well, the Royal Navy, you could probably get... You could get something of 26,300 tons officially, and you could get 7 of them on that treaty limit. Yeah, there would expect there to be a lot of rules lawyering going on.
But don't forget.
But also, you're also going to get the capital ships. So think about it, the capital ships historically are 25,000 tons greater, so now the capital ships can be 45,000 tons. So let's consider what Nelson and Rodney now look like on that scenario.
Full fat G3.
They're not doing 23 knots officially, are they?
No, they're not. They're not going to be G3s. They will probably be some sort of F3 arrangement, but as a full fast battleship with armor and engines and everything. They might even actually be designed with 12 16-inch guns in 4 triple turrets.
all forward, or would you split them at that point?
2 forward, 2 aft in that scenario.
Because one other thing with it is that it's not that cruisers are 10,000 tons. It's that anything under 10, anything of
under
10,000
under 20,000
tons,
tons is now no longer counted in the treaty, which
so
means
you can get decent-sized carriers.
yes,
Yeah,
you're
that's my
going to
point
have
about
cruiser carriers. You're going to
carriers.
have your cruisers, if they have got 8-inch guns, are now going to have something like 12 to 15 8-inch guns and decent armor. And goodness knows what else you're building. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be quite different. Quite different.
It's going to be a very different piece of history. It's going to be a very, very different piece of history. This is almost more alternate history than science fiction, but yeah. The Star Wars one coming up. Okay, this one we're definitely gonna hope that Dragon and Fox are going to be talking for this one. Some before the Clone Wars, the Star Wars universe, physics has changed to that of EVE Online. How would the CIA ships look?
So, instead of building the clone army using the basis of Jango Fett, they're going to find the one person in the Star Wars universe who's really good at Excel. And they're going to use them as the clone stock and not Jango
This
Fett.
is offensive.
But it may be offensive, but am I wrong?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Because it very much depends on what you did in Eve.
I feel like that.
To be fair, I used to play
you're
EVE
right, but I
Online a
don't want
long
to
time
admit that you're
ago.
right.
I used to play EVE Online a long time ago.
But
But we played with a family
Changes
clan, which made it very
massively.
interesting when anyone tried to manipulate us and tell us we were saying things about each other.
it changes stupidly to the point where there's so many things. Like, once again, FTL's now different. Like, as in, basically you're having to use gates to get everywhere. So that means every system now has gates it has to have. Because not everything has a sinusoidal generator. And then if you have a sinusoidal jammer, yeah, like everything changes again. And because then it's you don't have they won't stick with broadside weaponry. Whether they go for missiles, energy, or ballistics, who knows? Shields change entirely again. Fighters might stay the same. It's probably one of the few things that might overall. But, like...
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Mm-hmm. It would be interesting.
You keep saying that word, but I don't think it means what you think it does.
No, I think he's using the word correctly. I just think it's massively understating the problem.
I think the more interesting thing is that, honestly, Star Wars Universe's whole theatrical thing only works with the Star Wars tech.
Yeah, and Star Wars physics, because again...
Because the moment you start changing the physics to Star Trek, or start changing the physics to EVE Online, you suddenly created a scenario where the very systems which hold everything together in the form they were and they're organizing them becomes very, very difficult to near on impossible. And one of the fun things you've got is you've got to think about how that would interact with the Jedi Order.
I've just been ignoring Force shenanigans for now, because...
But adding in Force shenanigans to Star Trek, or Star Trek style physics, or EVE style physics, imagine if your pilots were Jedi. Using the Force, as well as navigating. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be very interesting. Now...
My point would be, whatever goes on inside George Lucas' head can stay inside George Lucas's head, and that of the Disney Corporation.
Yes. Senna Kinero, I'm going to... We've answered this one.
Answer that.
So, I'm going to give you all IO's question to begin with, and then I'm going to take someone to his bed, because it's his bedtime, and he's decided, and I've just been sent a message saying he can go to bed, so be very happy. What if the UK
And
sold...
I am going to... Oh, I'm going to reopen the questions
Please,
shortly.
Steve, please
So-
don't till I get back, okay? Don't till I get
Right,
back.
okay, I can wait.
Okay, so...
Right.
IO, what if the UK had sold 1 to 2 of their 13.5-inch battlecruisers to the Dutch Navy in the 1910s? What would the effect of that be? Let's hear if I don't think they would sell a 1930... Unless they wouldn't sell one of their ships. They would sell 13.5-inch battlecruisers to the Dutch Navy, but they wouldn't sell any of their ships in the 1910s, because in 1910s those are the frontline battlecruisers. But, so, you know, if they buy 2 of the Royal Navy, what do you think happens? Let's hear your ideas. Come on, you. Let's put it in garden.
Or immediately, because why the Dutch were allowed a navy? But being also, I'm just not sure what they do.
We could sell them
you might see
HMS
them in the
Dreadnought.
Dutch. You might see them in Dutch East Indies. This is probably where I see them deployed.
It could make life somewhat difficult for the Japanese.
Yeah.
Because what I could see is selling the Dutch at the very end of the 1910s. So, okay, technically very early 1920s. But if there was the threat of the... If the British decided that they were going to have a split with the Japanese, then just before the Washington Naval Treaty comes into effect, you could sell the Lion class, which you were going to scrap, to the Dutch. Because they don't particularly want to play friendly with the Germans. Well, I mean, they do, but, you know, they're not actually the best of friends with them. And their other interest is in the Far East and is in the status quo in the Far East. So you've suddenly turned them into somebody who the Japanese have to worry about. And I could see that being quite an interesting trick to pull on the Japanese. And it would potentially please the Australians because you're going to have a force based there more permanently because the Royal Navy's always distracted by the Mediterranean.
Are the Australians, Dan, going to be that happy if the Royal Navy is giving the Dutch a 13.5-inch battlecruiser and they've got HMAS Australia?
No, because they get rid of HMAS Australia and replace her with 2 modern cruisers, which are cheaper. And I was just reading a thing where the Australians were talking in the late-ish 30s. The Australians were looking at expanding their navy, where they ended up kind of building escorts and acquiring the Triumphian class. And one of the things was it's the cost of manning and running a big warship versus a cruiser, when actually you're only going to kind of have one capital ship, which, yes, it gives you some deterrence potential kind of locally, but it's still just one ship.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas 5 cruisers can be in lots of different places at once.
True.
Yeah.
But the more interesting thing is if the Dutch have battle cruisers, does that make them more or less likely to be attacked in World War One?
If they're in the Dutch East Indies, no difference. The problem is, I can see the Royal Navy Copenhagening them. Stop the Germans getting them.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I'd shifted the question to it's 1919, 1920, and being cheeky.
I would say the Royal Navy wouldn't Copenhagen them. But there's a reason they wouldn't Copenhagen them. Okay? The Dutch are feisty enough that if they're in working order and they're given to the Dutch, one of them's probably in the Far East anyway. So you don't need to worry about that. But also, the one which is in the Netherlands, if there is one sitting in the Netherlands, it's been delivered fully working and fully built, right? So it's going to be viable. So if someone tries to invade the Netherlands, the first thing that's going to do is going to leave. And that would give the Royal Navy instantly 2 extra 13.5-inch ships. So I think if the British are being really naughty, they're trying to push the Germans into crossing that border. Because that gives the British 2 Dutch, plus whatever destroyers and things they had to back them up, 13.5-inch battle cruisers to add on to the battle cruiser fleet. And its effect post-World War I would be interesting, because if the Dutch have these ships, then you almost start to get an argument of, are they part of the Washington Naval Treaty or not? If they're part of the Washington Naval Treaty, do other powers have to be part of the Washington Naval Treaty?
Well, where do they rank in? Because neither the Italians nor the French will be pleased if the Dutch are set up as their equals, but they're also not going to accept a second-class status to that, or that would be fourth-class status.
Well, that's the thing. The Dutch might be forced to accept fourth-class status. But if they do, are they going to get fourth-class status alongside the South American powers? And what about Russia then at that point? Do you have Russia as a member or not? The fact is, the Dutch having battle cruisers is going to complicate things massively. Do you now invite Turkey? This is just going to be beautiful.
It's
okay. In one word, I'm in line this question in one word because it's been asked, but it's not really naval history or science fiction. What is the panel's opinion on the Conqueror tank in one word?
Tank.
Foxo?
Overweight.
Foxo is currently doing other things. In a nutshell, though, I would say Foxo, because one of her profile pictures was literally Conqueror.
Overweight.
Yeah, overweight.
I wouldn't have said it was overweight for what it was.
For what it was an overweight, but it was a massive, massive tank. Basically, the British going, we are not going to be outpowered again in a tank.
Conk.
8420. What if the initial silent attack on the colonies had not been nearly as successful and mankind could fight back? In the 2003 reboot universe.
The Cylons die.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which would have been a far more interesting series.
The Cylons don't have... And honestly, this what really annoyed me was they to go, we're going to push out a software update fleet-wide. You never do that at once. You always do a phased entry.
No.
But my plot, Doc.
So the way to get somebody to do that is you've phased in something, but if you put in a sufficiently cunning backdoor thing, you can say, oh, we just need to add a quick patch to it. And that's your Trojan. Or
Yes.
Greek in a Trojan.
But I have these people called petty officers. And they're usually my specialists in anything. And also these other things called junior lieutenants who like to meddle with things and break them. And those two groups combined with these other people called leading seamen or killicks in the Royal Navy, but various names across navies, E4 Mafia, if they talk about the US Marines.
Doesn't
They
exist.
te-
I don't know what you're talking about.
They tend to delve into things like if you've got the ones who deal with computer systems, etc. They'll be going through that code, and if there is such a hole, they will have found it in the earlier versions before it ever got to the point of being a problem, and they will possibly patch it themselves.
And then there's also that one commanding officer, whether they're at sea or at shore, who has the horror etched into their genetic memory at this point of that one update that headquarters pushed a little too early that completely borked my ship for 4 weeks to the point that I couldn't reliably get coffee because it knackered my power management software so badly. So I now have a standing order on any ship that I am the CO of that all updates must be vetted by shipboard security. IT professionals before they go into effect.
And will be delayed 4 weeks to watch what happens to other ships before they're implemented.
Yes.
Well, welcome to Warships for Windows. I'm going to open the questions, Alec.
Sounds good, thank you. Oh, Io, you're attempting to get the Royal Navy's 1952 carrier design built. How do you go about it? In 1952? Korean War, various things going on. It's an updated Malta design, pretty much. How would I go about it? I've got to start a need for it in terms of problems. So 1952. Oh yeah. All right. I use Feldov and Zonov, and I start a massive scare over surface raiders. I say the Soviets are going to use surface raiders to cripple the global trade economy, and they're going to strangle us more effectively than Germans did in World War One and World War tried to in World War One and World War Two, using their surface raiders. And without carriers, we can't stop them. And I'm going to turn it into a massive fear, because after all, they have 2 entering service in 1952, 2 entering service in 1953, and 2 entering service in 1954. Actually, no. 3 enter service in 1952. 4 in 1952, technically. Possibly 5? They have a lot declared complete and entering service in 1952, which may or may not actually be in 1952. But the thing is, there's enough of them that I can point to, I can use them as a sphere, and that's what I'll probably do. They completed 14 of the things. They're building 30. And they have a really weird completion timetable scenario. What order do I have them in? Okay. So, in 1952, there are 5 completed in 1952. Oh, that's good. There are 3 completed in 1953. There are 4 completed in 1954 and 1 completed in 1955. Oh, yeah. I would turn that into an absolute... I would just be putting that out everywhere. I would be wanting... Let's see. And the Battle of the River Plate film comes in 1956. Dang, that's too late. I need to get that filmed earlier. I need to get that filmed in about 1951 to come out in 1952. But
Are
I
you
could use it.
manipulating public opinion again?
Yes.
Doc.
I'd be doing Battle of the River Plate, sinking the Bismarck, everything will be coming out as soon as I could get it in the early 50s.
There are a lot of good naval war films in 1950s.
Are you telling me that the cinematic masterpiece Battleship is not a good naval war film?
It's not filmed in the 1950s.
It took real effort for me to not choke then when you said that. It took real effort.
Glad to be of service.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'm just helping you practice your try not to die skills.
It's fun. It's always nice to try not to.
For those people putting names of films in, mine is Above Us the Waves, which is the John Mills film about the X-Craft attack.
Kingdom of Finland, what do you think would have happened to the SS Leonardo da Vinci if a nuclear power conversion happened? Okay.
What happened to SS Savannah and then Control C, Control V?
Well, let's consider this. The thing is, she is an Italian ocean liner. And whilst you are technically right, if she had, considering she ends her life, well, how do I put this politely? In a, well, okay. She's taken out of service for final time in 1978. They're planning to. There's arguments about whether or not they're bringing her back to service, and she ends up a burned hulk, which burned for 4 days and eventually capsized. That probably doesn't happen to her as a nuclear-powered ship. I don't think anyone's going to leave her alone that long for that to happen. They tend to be more cautious when it comes to things with nuclear reactors on them. But also, if Italy does build a nuclear-powered ship like that, it's getting more pressure for them to build a nuclear-powered warship of some kind as well.
It'll also be slightly cheaper. Because they'll have the infrastructure already in place.
I also do love that currently the Americans have the Winston S. Churchill guarding the USS Ford as it's going into the through the Mediterranean to the Middle East. I do find that fun that Churchill is guarding Ford.
Poor Churchill. And Lyons, your question was captured. And I have yet to read that series.
Given Gerald Ford was an American football player, does he require a guard, or is he a running back?
What's the point? Winston Churchill, as with just about all the leaders in World War II, other than Charles de Gaulle, was not very tall.
Are we saying that de Gaulle had an inverse Napoleon complex?
Yes.
Are we saying his nose is taller than Churchill?
Yes. So according to... So this is going by Google's AI overview. So make of that what you will. Charles de Gaulle was 6'4". Winston Churchill was 5'6.5". Mussolini was 5'6". Stalin was 5'6". Hirohito was 5'4". Nasty man with a little moustache was 5'8.5".
Okay. So I've taken my 15.
All right.
And I've closed the questions.
Okay.
And then how tall was Gerald R. Ford?
Lions. I've just reread the Duchy of Terror series by Glenn Stewart. I'm curious, how the ships in the series compare to our sci-fi? Therefore, how would a ship such as the Galileo-class super battleship compare to its Star Wars, Star Trek, and so on equivalents? For the record, these are the ships armed with hyperforward cannons, proton beams, interface missiles, single-port hyperspace missiles, and tachyon scanners.
Gerald Ford was 6 foot, by the way, so he's 5.5 inch. He was 5.5 inches taller than Churchill.
Thanks, Dan.
Sorry.
We're from Duchy of Terror.
No
you
worries.
said.
Yes.
Was there anything like they are in Castle Federation? Stupidly overpowered.
Compared to Star Wars, Star Trek, yeah.
Because I'll be brutally honest, it's something I do have an issue with Glyn, is I don't think he realizes how powerful he's made his weapons.
No, he does.
He does. This is the fun thing about him. He does.
The problem is he's made them so strong, it invalidates his own setting, especially when it comes to, say, Castle.
Yes, he just prefers it if people don't realise that.
Yeah.
I've talked to Leslie about it. Something I really hate is how powerful those weapons are. For no reason.
We've had this conversation with Glyn, and the trouble is, as we've had this discussion with him when we've been travelling, and he does realise his weapons are overpowered, but also there are some things you do because it fits with the way people want to read it, I think. And also because to him, a lot of a lot of spaceships are walnuts armed with sledgehammers.
You don't need gigaton per second weaponry to do that, though.
Yeah, but it's fun.
Yes, it's fun though.
Is it?
It is.
It is, as long as you're not on the receiving end of it.
Mm.
You're also dealing
That-
with ships that are millions of metric tons.
And also, I would like to point out, I like big
you're not- these
bangs,
ships are
and I
small.
cannot lie. Da.
No. Millions of metric tons is not a big ship by science fiction standards. Millions of metric tons is actually
What? Okay.
like, small.
Genuine question.
That
the-
skip part right past all of them. Alright, carry on.
What is we just decided to ignore it? You seem to be aiming up for your hip hop career. Has anybody done an estimate on the yield of a proton torpedo?
Perhaps I should-
Proton from Star Wars.
Yes.
Perhaps I should release a history hip hop song. That could
Or
be
you could
useful
do
at
a-
getting people into history. You know, do a history, enable history themed hip hop song.
I now
Epic
have
Rap
to-
Battles of
we're going
History
to
have
do it.
already got you covered on that.
Right.
Buddy.
So put it this way.
Epic rap battles. Epic rap battles. Darth Vader versus
No,
I
me and
just
Drac
said that.
versus.
Me and Drac could have enable history rap battle.
Run on proton torpedoes on average, on the high end, are said to be 100 kilotons. That's the highest end for a proton torpedo.
Yeah. Which is why they then introduced the quantum torpedo.
No, because that's a different universe.
Oh, sorry, you said proton, not photon. Sorry.
Yes. Photons are more powerful, but still not even close to what Glyn's done. I'm not even sure how they have that level of explosive power in some of these things, because, like, even antimatter doesn't have the destructive power that his stuff has. Like,
One other thing was
Okay, next question. Bowman Boy. What
So
the...
there was just one,
Okay, Karen.
one thing, just briefly, the horrible thought I had about kind of if you were going to do naval rap and things. My first thought is Gangot style, as in the Russian battleship.
Oh dear, that's a bad pun, Dan.
We could do some interesting things.
No, I felt I needed to share it because it was so much pain. I just needed to share it amongst others.
Okay. to answer the dredging question which has come in, which is an interesting one, but is it? Oh, at what depth would the Royal Navy dredge the parts of their ports designed for destroyers and cruisers in the 1920s? Mostly didn't do much dredging in the 1920s. The ships weren't usually deep enough; they had to do a lot of dredging. The ports they were using. Usually, you take the draft, you add on 50%, and then you've got plenty of clear space. As that's the kind of port you're going to use. But basically, the Royal Navy has enough ports, enough space, they don't need to do dredging in the 1920s. That's not something that really is going on. It's something which happens later, especially when they're trying to make channels for larger ships into ports. As the number of ports shrink down and as the ships grow in size, that's when they start, having to do more dredging.
You said that's when the Royal Navy basically said we need to pull up Mary Rose, was when your dad said that they're building the aircraft carriers.
Yeah, once they're building the aircraft carriers, that's when they need to build. Once they're looking at the new super aircraft carrier designs and those things came on, that's when it was decided that you needed to start removing things like Mary Rose, etc., from Portsmouth. And if you look at what the bits of Mary Rose they removed, and you look at the channel they dredged for the Queen Elizabeth class to go in and out, yes. But that's not the 1920s. In the 1920s, battleships and other things are going quite happily. Carlos, were new Glynn ships armed with neutronium, thickness measured in feet? There's all sorts of fun things going on.
Nope, because...
It depends on the things you talk about.
You say in Castle Federation, the only one which was the original Avalon, and she was being retired.
Yeah.
They phased out the armor because, well, we physically can't armor ships against these weapons anymore.
So there's no point. IO, Battletech question. How do you try to rebuild the Fedcom's warship fleet post-Fourth Succession War in preparation for the clans?
You don't.
They don't have one.
Yeah, warships exist, but there's double-digit numbers left in existence.
No, warships do not exist in the Inner Sphere except in Comstar's.
I think there is still one or two left over in various nations.
Not operational.
They're mostly used as defensive elements.
Yeah, they've all
they
basically
can't build them.
Well, their jump drives, I think, all broken. So they're
either way, you just don't. Yeah.
So they're not able to function as warships. For those who don't know, BattleTech has a system of jump drives, so you can jump up to 30 light years, basically instantaneously. For most ships, and the ones which are still around at the kind of main setting time period, the jump drive takes up 90% of the mass of the jump ship, and so the jump ships basically have negligible engines and have attached drop ships, so that the jump ships sit at a jump point, which is a Lagrange point in the system at either the top or the bottom normally.
I think it's above the system primary, above or below the system primary.
Yeah, and then the drop ships will then take about a week to travel in system to the planets and things. A warship has a drive that weighs about 50% of the mass and weighs anything from, I think there's a few which are under 100,000 tons up to about 2 million tons. And so they can jump themselves into a system and then have maneuver drives for in-system movement. And it's basically a lost technology, and the BattleTech shtick is that the kind of the core setting started in around 3025. And there'd been a fall of a supposed golden era called the Star League, which had fallen in, I want to say 2760s, in a civil war, and you'd had an offshoot go off and degenerate into adolescent Mongols, in the sense of their leader is a Khan, they're organised in clans, and they go raiding and think war is cool. Whilst everyone else is stuck in 1980s stereotypes of...
That's not really a great description of them, I have to be honest, but
yeah. What, the clans?
you're really any of them, yeah, but yeah.
I might or might not be
I
being
do
smart.
wonder. I do wonder what some games designers are smoking when they create the science fiction system.
They want to sell books, miniatures, models. It has to be interesting, not necessarily make sense.
It was the art from Macross and some of those sorts of Gundam style things.
Yes, I know what it was, Dan. I remember playing it back at the end of the 1980s.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I wonder what they were smoking.
Ask Leslie. Leslie's an actual canonical character in that setting.
Mm.
I'm friends with a few of the people on Facebook and things, like her bees.
The bees?
Yeah.
The bees?
As I recall, Leslie has a character which is one of the clans. Unfortunately, I can't remember exactly which now, but in the thing.
Cool. I think I managed to avoid ever getting canonized. I used to hang out on the forums a lot. Team Davian, Sphere Police.
Not the bees.
I'm
I'm about to get punted. Yep, there I go. It's gun time.
Are you gaming and chatting, Bruno?
If yes.
No comment. No comment, she said.
No, I said something.
All right.
I'm tempted to say something very ageist right now.
Okay.
But then that would be hitting on, according to
Okay.
Foxo, the younger generation.
Do I have to say okay again?
Meh.
All right.
We just saw a carrying go.
I said
live
okay.
on screen.
So, Peacekeepers of Soul. Next question. How did they get the persuaded Corgis to gain an acceleration tank for combat without killing anyone afterwards? Probably a lot of biscuits. Let's be honest. It's Corgis. It's a lot of biscuits.
Would they have to make a Corgi specific acceleration tank?
Probably.
Actually, wait a minute. Isn't that ship one of the first full-scale capital ships that have grav drives?
Yes.
So they don't need the acceleration tanks.
No, but they had the acceleration before it had its adaptions. It had acceleration tanks. Before it got the full-scale grav drive, it would have had the previous system, and it would have had Corgis.
Why do I think Renowned launched with that?
No,
I'm
Renowned
not
was...
arguing with you. I just, for some reason, I thought that Renowned launched with that system.
Because we don't
And
get...
Raven was the one that got retrofitted.
We don't really get introduced to Renown until...
After she's been retrofitted.
Yes. And they kept the Corgis. Or the Colonels.
You mean they just decided to not fight the unwinnable battle? That
The crew was
removing a
apparently
Corgi from
polled
their
and didn't want to
domicile.
get rid of the Corgis. And trying to get rid of the Corgis was considered a problem. Anyway. So... Stafford, the plot of the Hunt for Red October is reality, not fiction. What class and size and space of sovereign does USN design to utilize catalyzed drive system from her?
Ohio's?
Not really, because realistically you need a caterpillar drive. Again, it does sound of something. It's not completely silent.
Magnetohydrorack. Yeah.
I think you'd probably want it for something for a class of SSN. It would probably be, honestly, by the time it got worked out and the USN were happy with it, it probably would be a Virginia. It'd be getting fitted into. and it'd probably be some of the Virginians would be adapted for special operations. I'd love to say
The way it's
seawalls, but
described
they're
in the
not built up
film.
enough.
Yeah. It's the way it's described in the film, Alex, that the tube is the size of a ballistic missile, and why would you want to launch one horizontally?
Mm-hmm. Which does create some sound issues, but, you know. If you've got it working, it does allow you to have a silent drive. I do love Discord sometimes. It takes so long for things to come through. But yeah.
I was just called flat in this game, and ow.
Okay, next question. Stu, what do you think of the idea of Canada getting nuclear-powered service combatants? I don't think it'll happen anytime soon. There is an argument for nuclear-powered icebreakers which have some self-defense capability, but I don't think the Canadian government's going to do that level of outlay anytime soon.
That would require the Canadian government to continuously spend money on its navy.
It would require the Canadian government to do a lot of interesting work. 9681, if the USN built 108 Oliver Hazard Perry class in 8 short hull and 100 long hull variants, by how many extra years would it add on to USN service length? The LCS probably doesn't exist, and also, if you're building 100 of them, if we consider... If they get up to it, basically, to my mind, that means they just carry on building them. So, they built them till 2004. Or rather, they were built till 2004. I think the US Navy ones, the last one of those were launched and commissioned in 1989, I think. Yeah, commissioned 1989. So basically, the US Navy got quite a lot of got 50-ish of them. So if they would have just carried on building them, and if you consider they built 50 to get 50, building 50 took them from 1975 to about 1989. That's 14 years. So that would have taken up constant construction, carrying on again, and at least another 14 years. So at least 2003. And I doubt the Americans have got round to looking at a replacement. But there again, those ships will be in service probably for at least another 10 years on now, if you've got them until 2003, because they'd only be 23 years old, the youngest. You know, they're at least going to do 30 years service, probably.
And now you have the US Navy that is not just all Burkes, but it's now all Burkes and Oliver Hazard Perrys.
Well, that's the actual thing. You actually might not have actually stopped construction in 2003. You might have kept on building the Perrys. So it might be the US Navy has 2 production lines, Burkes and Perrys, and they've just got Burkes and Perrys going on ad infinitum. Probably by this point, the Perrys have got VLS systems.
Hey, I'd be good with having a ongoing production of a light surface combatant.
Yeah.
Also known as the Perry.
You mean an LSC?
It'd be interesting.
I mean, it
Okay.
exists, so it's automatically better than the LCS.
We now have a question I'm worried about the answer of, but here we have it. Timu, what would Dr. Dan have? Would Dr. Dan have a medical tricorder from Star Trek, and what would he do with it?
War crimes.
Why wouldn't you want a medical tricorder?
Well, this is specifically for Dr. Dan. He's
Yeah,
gone
I
curiously
know.
silent at this point, which is worrying me.
Yes, I'd want one. What would I use it for?
Unspeakable acts of violence.
Yeah, that probably.
I could imagine him halfway through rounds turning on his junior doctors and just going, checking for signs of intelligent life.
Why would he
It's
waste?
life, Jim, but not as
Why-
we know it.
Why would he waste charge answering a question he already knows the answer to?
Okay, I have previously put up in the office. I put up a poster of the Minions. This was a few years ago, and told my juniors that they were allowed to choose which one of them they were, but they were all Minions.
And I have to say, this has now taken 2 trips up to London with me for you. The awful moment when you realise this is your circus and those are your monkeys. This I keep trying to give to you and keep bringing up to London with me to give to you, and you keep not getting to you somehow.
2 secs. I'm not actually watching the videos.
Yeah, but everyone else can see it.
Is that a notebook?
Yeah.
It's
for him at work as a notebook.
And when you turn it on your junior doctors and you find no intelligent signs of life, what do?
Cries.
It's just another day of the week. Ending with Y.
9681 in RWBY Volume 9, Episode 10. Solitude
all the way up
herself,
to 9 volumes.
Yeah.
Self. Ruby had to face that she had herself to that she held herself to an ideal that was impossible. So are there ships that were held to an ideal that was impossible to meet?
Yes, HMS Hood.
LCS.
Yeah, pretty much every design project for the last God knows how many years. Stafford, which does the panel enjoy more, Farscape or Lex?
Didn't watch either.
Neither. I've not watched them.
Seeing as one of the abbreviations of Alexander is Lex, and not wishing for people to get the connotation that I enjoy myself, I'm going to go with Farscape on the point of view that that is the safer answer for me. Okay?
I did enjoy watching
like
Farscape when it was out all those years ago. Yeah. I did enjoy watching Farscape all those years ago.
Yes.
I actually thought it was quite a reasonably good science fiction series.
What was problematic was when they decided to take the entire Farscape actors and recruit them into Stargate. Because
they didn't take them all. They took most of them.
Yes. Io, you are asked to design an upgrade package for the next flight of BC-304 from Stargate. How does it look like? Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Well, I'm doubling the space for hangars. I'm also doubling the railgun fittings, as well as keeping the lovely phasers from the Asgardians, or rather their beam weapons. Let's be honest, though, they're phasers. They're just called Asgard beam weapons for purposes of Star Trek.
They're
plasma beam.
Yeah, they're a plasma beam weapon.
Yes.
Phasers aren't plasma.
Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of things done to make sure it doesn't cross the line of copyright infringement, and then you have, well, I would keep the missile certainly systems and all the other things, but I think most importantly, and here is something which I cannot stress enough, I would put the bridge firmly inside the ship. And firmly surround it with all the things which impede people being able to beam in. Okay? There will be no gate entry near the bridge. There'll be no gate entry near main engineering. There'll be none of the ring entry system. There'll be nothing nearby those things which allow immediate, easy access to those areas.
Yeah, I know, Patch. That's why I said they're not phasers.
I would do most of the above, plus fit it with a wormhole drive.
Yes, that goes. That's without a doubt, though. That's that's
and
of course.
If you, I think part of the the proposed but not confirmed. In other words, it was proposed by the screenwriters, but MGM never bought season 6 of Atlantis, so it never happened. They were going to get at least a ZPM factory out of Atlantis, and I think potentially also a drone factory. And if that were the case, I would be fitting the BC 304s or 305s with both from the ground up ZPM sockets and from the ground up drone control stations.
Well, you need that if you're going to have the wormhole drive for starters. You need the ZPMs. You can't
Yes,
have one
but
without the other.
instead of doing the I want to see the deleted message. I think it's at the Daedalus. It was they jury rigged a ZPM into the power manifold.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe one of the later Apollo or Odyssey may have had one built from zero. But this would be, it is built to take a ZPM from the ground up. And you don't have to, get the jumper cables out and...
What,
Yeah,
MacGyver it?
It'll be. Well, you often have MacGyver things in Stargate. I think that goes with Jack O'Neill.
Yeah, that comes when you have MacGyver, you MacGyver things.
Yes, I think that's the thing. That's the thing. Nightbot seems to be having fun
You
with
named
someone
it-
today. Oh yeah, Elcid in nicest
named
way.
the whole class
Nightbot
Charlie
does.
Burke.
Steve.
So that the Congress don't cancel it.
Steve.
Sorry.
Okay. Nightbot has in a nice way. Elcid, you've managed to run into Nightbot. Yeah.
You
It
have our
doesn't like caps.
condolences.
It doesn't like caps. Caps. It thinks you're
Please
a
do
porn
not
bot.
resist.
I'm sorry, Elcid. You might claim to have the capacity, but you don't want to you don't want to hit the Nightbot's porn filters.
Or maybe you do.
Oh God, please don't. Renan, don't encourage anyone with that one. All right. So
Bad rune on 40.
next
To
question.
the hope.
Am I going to have to keep whacking people, whacking people over the knuckles? Because I'll end up with red knuckles at this rate. Io, you get to make a movie, TV show about naval battle. What battle do you pick, and would it be a miniseries or a movie? And what would you focus on? Ooh, I would pick the Battle of the Mediterranean and make it a miniseries. But the rule would be I would have Amazon budget with no interference by any other producers. Okay, I want Amazon.
So you want the Henry Cavill treatment?
Yes.
Basically.
I want to be able to do it as I want, how I want, without anyone getting involved.
Could we have Eric Winkle Brown's War?
Ooh.
All the aircraft I can fly.
The thing is, that's not a naval battle. That's a mini-series I would love to watch, but it's not a naval battle. Because his active operations were all on HMS... I think she was... Wasn't she called Attacker?
It was.
No, he was
It was
on
Audacity.
It was
Audacity.
Audacity, yeah.
No.
One of the escort carriers, which is an A name. Yeah, and she does well, but then gets
She was the first one. She got sunk
yeah.
after a few months.
But she did really quite well at keeping the Condors under control in the Bay of Biscay.
Yes.
And he invents the way of taking out a Condor, which is go head on.
Stafford, I'm an agent of chaos, but not like that.
Mm-hmm. Fun times. We all like to be agents of chaos occasionally. Stu, would you ever see the battlecruiser concept make a return? Honestly, there's a reason why the Kirovs were called battlecruisers. I would say there is also a reason it does fit with things like the Daedalus class in Stargate, and I could see the concept, especially in a space scenario, of a battlecruiser making a return. The idea of something which is designed for long-range cruising operations, but comes with capital ship-grade weaponry. I could see that making a return for space operations, definitely.
I find that to be the which are you going for a battle cruiser being a ship designed for cruising that has capital ship weaponry, or are you going for it as this is a capital ship built for speed?
I'm going for it on the HMS Tiger paradigm. I'm not going on a capital ship built for speed because that's very much fast battleship territory.
No, it's one of those things when people kind of call things in sci-fi or wherever a battle cruiser. It's like, which way are you approaching it? Because I think people just think the name's sexy. They're not wrong. That's not a criticism. That's a comment. It's just it's kind of a puzzle is the wrong word for me, but it's a thing I might ponder on, because actually it's a derived compound name, and it's kind of from which way. Anyway,
is it me or some of the questions are going tonight really waving into alternate history?
I have a viewpoint.
Because
I have a viewpoint based upon one thing said in a film, which is it depends on the viewpoint of the observer. Because in the film Star Trek 3, the Klingon captain calls the Enterprise a battle cruiser. So it depends on your point of view.
Not really. That's a film. In most scenarios, no one's going to confuse a battle cruiser of which it's going to be in the 20-something thousand ton plus range to 40,000 ton range with something which is a quarter of its size, half a quarter its size, and armed with very different weaponry. I realised that in Star Trek especially it is kind of interesting with the Enterprise, but that's because the trouble in that scenario is you're dealing with the fact that the Federation named everything cruiser, and it's kind of like the Soviet Navy. Everything's called a cruiser. This is a cruiser. It's a heavy aviation carrying cruiser. And that sort of thing. And that's the trouble. It's more, in that scenario, that's more Star Trek and its particular obsession with calling everything a cruiser.
Okay.
Rather than there being an actual thing of them arguing, them calling it, the Federation say it's a cruiser, but the Klingons say it's a battle cruiser. Yeah, pretty much everyone looking at the largest cruisers in the Federation Navy, from everyone else's perspective, are going to look at them and go, so that thing's the same size as our battleships, it's the same firepower level as our battleships, but you're claiming it's a cruiser.
Yes. 2 points out of the chat. Ozarks, shakiest gun in the Ozarks. My condolences.
Defiant is technically just an escort, Timu. Defiant is technically not even a destroyer, she's an escort.
One of the big things that kind of torped Ruby was that, well, as you pointed out, Monty died, but the story was more or less okay, but the animation took not quite a nosedive, but definitely the animation lost something when he died.
Yes,
And then there was the animation lost a lot of its uniqueness when Monty died.
but now you no longer had silhouettes for people.
Okay.
Right,
Okay.
friendly reminder that even said, no, Ruby was never meant to be much of a series. He quite literally, to quote, wanted to see cute anime girls fighting.
Yeah.
Yes, the animation did go downhill for fights, massively. Animation outside of fights went up massively.
I see I have started a small war.
So, yeah. Ruby has a lot of problems, but too
You
many
need
people
to-
play stuff on Yeah.
You need to work harder on this, Runon. I'm sure with a bit of effort, you could be starting a really good medium-sized conflict.
I'm sure with
don't-
with enough
I'm
time and thought, she can
conflict-averse,
start a
Dan.
global conflict.
As it is,
No.
my mere existence is considered a conflict. Why would I want to start more?
And that's your issue. You've gotten lazy. Not going
Well,
any
yeah.
further.
Why do I need to develop more conflict when it already exists and follows me in my skin?
That's the attitude of monarchs who don't try and improve things for their people in the 19th century and get overthrown.
But I'm not a monarch, am I?
Hmm.
And we should all be grateful for that, because I'd make a really craptastic one.
Yes, but you should do better.
She could be quite a
Anyway.
good monarch in the sort of I'd say more a 14th century monarch than anything later, really, though.
No, because they were good at fighting on average.
I mean, you're not wrong, but ouch.
And I wouldn't trust Ronan to shoot a longbow properly.
I mean, you're not wrong, but ouch.
Because I think we still got Henry VIII's longbow. But lord, it's high poundage.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that he liked them big?
No, he was hella strong.
Yeah. Henry VIII was the kind of monarch who literally did do what they... was it The Godfather? Or I'm trying to remember the movie where they showed the gentleman who decided to crack everyone's head with a baseball bat. He literally did like to do that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And Lynn used to do archery as well. You got to remember, archery was a thing that the royal family did in that time.
Henry VIII was also the monarch who, when he didn't get his way with the nobles, decided to challenge them to a duel, humiliated them, so he would get what he wanted.
Yes. And he would quite happily humiliate them. Knight 681. So what was the Vickers Export Design 1242 cruiser for Australia? Ooh.
Am I allowed to be cheeky and say it was a cruiser for Australia?
Well, yes, you can.
Sorry.
I don't think there's a single power in the verse that could stop you, D'Anthony.
Did it have a 14-inch gun?
No, it didn't have a 14-inch gun. It looks like someone has sort of Queen Anne's mentioned my cut price counties in design.
Oh.
It's a 1926 design. It was armed with 6 8-inch 50s, 4 4-inch 45s, some quad torpedo tubes. It's got 3 stacks. Would have had over 80,000 shaft horsepower, so it could do 32.5 knots. Would be about 8,300 tons in standard displacement. And, yeah. it was basically a cruiser for Australia. That is basically a cut-price county.
Don't say.
Yay. They have fun with it. Stafford, the gun cruiser of the 1960s sticks around with moderate missile loadout. What displacement and LOA would they be today? Probably have a far heavier missile loadout by today, but if you're talking about gun cruisers sticking around, we're probably talking about something that slowly grows to roughly 20,000 tons to carry a sufficient missile load to justify itself, radar systems, and also have guns which are large enough and useful enough for the utility. One interesting conversations I had today, and I've seen in comments recently, is the general purpose guns, etc. They weigh as much as 70 odd tons, or as much as a fighter thing, and then there's the close-in weapon systems and how much they cost and all these things, and this mitigates against having enough. And realistically, I think those arguments kind of miss out how big a ship we're talking about. When it is something north of 10,000 tons, and you are complaining about an 80-ton system, that is less than 1% of your weight. Let's factor that in. An 80-ton system is less than 1% of your weight. Does it provide you with combat power which is more than which is worth more than 1% of your weight, or 1% of your combat flexibility? If it does, then it's worth its weight. And with the close-in weapon systems, I would tend to argue that if you are going to put them on your ship, you might as well put enough that you can actually protect your ship. There's no point putting them on and going, yes, we have one. That's enough. It's not enough. It's not. It's never going to be enough. The thing is, you either have... It's one of those things of, you can't... You either have the insurance or you don't have insurance. That is the thing. There's no point in having, I'm going to have the bare minimum insurance which doesn't really cover anything, because then I'm just wasting money. I have this conversation with people, especially with my family members, because there is one particular family member who insists and loves the idea of having the absolute basic third-party insurance and everything on their vehicles and things. And then whenever anything happens and they need to call insurance, they find out it doesn't cover what they want to do and doesn't provide them with the amount they want. And they complain about it. And my point is always this: you pay for a bare minimum insurance, expect a bare minimum experience. Sadly enough, in this world, you do get what you pay for, and usually it's very rarely you actually get the full amount you pay for. But if you are prepared to pay to a slightly more reliable company, and for a slightly less than basic policy, you tend to get a better level of service and a better return on your money than if you go for the very bare minimum. And some people have to go for the bare minimum because of their financial situation. And that's the scenario they are faced with. But if you have the money, and you make the choice to go for that system, and then you don't find out when you're in a situation where you need the insurance, you're not getting covered because you've gone for that system, don't complain about it. And the uncle who is in question, if they're watching, knows exactly who I'm talking about.
You get less than what you pay for, so why spend the minimum?
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to insurance.
Does anyone here play Star Sector?
No.
No. Alex, I've got a question. Do you want 10 or 15 more questions?
How many have you got left?
If you include the one about Star Sector, 3.
I would say let's take in 15. That probably takes us up to midnight. At the rate we're going through.
Okay, everybody, please wait until this thing says it will take questions.
Yep, and that is the thing on the screen and not in the chat window.
Yeah. Because funny things happened before.
Am I going to have to spend time in Hotel Hoche?
No one's that
It's
cruel.
all right. Let's
No
see if
one's
it
that
comes through
cruel.
on the. Let's see if this. See if my response comes through. You see, I've just put in I test, and nothing has happened to say it's accepted anything.
Yes,
It will do in a bit.
they're not open, my guy.
Let me try it on Switch. Oh, Runan had already done it. Oops. Sorry, Runan.
You're fine.
Mm.
Hey, give it a minute. We got 3 questions to go through.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, have you heard of the Bazan SAC-2? This is from IO carrier design. And what do you think of the idea? I'm just going to see if I can find a picture of it and see if it's what I think it is. Okay. Oh yeah, the Spanish carriers, the Basque carriers. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you are trying to make me say the words which really wind up a particular portion of my US Navy retired viewership, aren't you?
Sea control ship.
We're talking about the Catabar variant of the sea control ship, yes. As a design, it's a highly interesting system. They are cute. I think if I do this, this should appear. I think there's a picture I found of them. Yeah. This was one of the. This is if it went into Argentina. The thing is, if more countries had ships like this, it would be more problematic to justify things like the Invincible class. That's one interesting thing, scenarios of history. Which would have kind of been interesting if Britain had gone for a baby Catabar carrier.
Itty bitty baby Catabar.
Yeah.
Baby's first Catabar.
Because you talk about, they were supposed to be 25,000 sort of tonnage for ships, etc., and all these things. That'd be interesting. Nuts, but interesting. Do we know if the Carrot 151? Do we know how the Soviets reacted to Captain Brown's reports on their aircraft when they were handed over by Burgess McLean, etc.? Not really. I don't think actually Burgess McLean handed over a lot of those reports. It's gonna sound strange, but a lot of what they handed over was stuff to do with the admin side and some of the relationship with America and some of the operation of MI5, MI6, etc. A lot of the things like the write-ups on Soviet aircraft, etc., if they did get back, were not in the original reports version, but in the documents which come after them. So the reports mostly stay in the Royal Aeronautical Establishment, the scenario, the place where they're doing most of the testing and developing of aircraft and studies of aircraft in the UK. And it's the reports produced from the reports which get back to the Ministry of Defence, and mostly it's the reports from those reports produced by the Ministry of Defence, which then are, if anything is leaked, are leaked. If that makes sense. So basically, the information which would have gone back by those people was usually a couple steps removed from the actual original reports. Because of the way that the British run things. And this is one of the fun things when it comes to the UK National Archives. Because sometimes you'll have reference to documents which are references to documents, and you don't have to try and hunt down the original document. And in my experience in the UK archives, Usually, it's the that lower layer of documents which have managed to be how do I put this politely? Lost,
Mislaid.
disappeared.
Are you suggesting that some people think that an 80-year rule is far too short?
I would be the nicest way. The British don't do the British have more fun with that than a lot of things.
Runon,
Yes.
can you look at YouTube and see what's happened? Can you see YouTube where you are?
YouTube chat. Yes, I can see YouTube chat.
It's right. Okay, questions are not going into Monkey Archive.
Well,
Okay, then
Yeah, they're
for some
showing you
reason
being
Monkey
received.
Archive is broken and it's probably being caught by the primary.
questions are being
Right, that's fine,
received
then.
according to the system, not but then not being updated
Right.
from that.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
okay.
that
And then in
that
which case-
functionality, the talkback functionality is tied into Powder Monkey Prime. So
Right,
if
okay.
that's working, then the main line is working. It's just for whatever reason the archive has decided to break itself.
Okay, right, that's fine.
So
I just need to count then.
It's all fun. But yeah, it's. It's all fun.
No, right.
Okay, 1991. So, how did Hood and the Independence and Freedom class literal combat ships fall short of the ideal that was impossible for them to meet? Hood was bigged up as this flagship of the British Empire, which supposedly was all dominant. And realistically, she's a battle cruiser. She's very useful for trade protection and global reach and global presence. She should never be fighting a battleship in a fight, like she was finding herself in a scenario where she cannot use her free maneuver to maneuver. Realistically, those ships should have been maneuvering independently instead of trying to act as a combined division. I can understand why, from an naval artillery perspective, they're acting as a combined division. I would also say, if you consider the actual sinking of the Bismarck, the King George V and HMS Rodney basically go, yeah, good luck, have fun, and goodbye. And start maneuvering independently, because they have very different they have very different engagement patterns and very different maneuvering patterns. And they benefit from utilizing those systems and playing into their strengths, rather than trying to use something which is which puts both at a weakness. As for the Independence and Freedom class, the dream was to get everyone to work together. The reality was you're trying to get a load of defense manufacturers to work together, and no one is prepared to use the full force office to do it.
and additionally, I would argue that it was sold as Corvette Stingray performance on a Honda Civic budget. A better vessel out of it, even with all the other problems.
I find Discord so frustrating sometimes, because I'm starting off on the next question and the poor people just come in, and it's a case of, yeah, we've got to get a better system than Discord at some point for this communications, because as much as I enjoy doing it on the Discord chat and allowing the stage to work, there is so much delays in Discord at certain points. Sometimes the things are instantaneous and it's all fine, and sometimes I swear it gets delayed so much pinging between us.
What
It
is
just
your
frustrates me.
What is Discord showing your latency at?
If I go into it at the moment, that causes me trouble with other things.
Because for me, it's showing 23 milliseconds. So
Yeah, my average ping is 21.
Yeah, but things like just then, I was already started on to into the second question. I was talking, I was at like the sixth word of the question, and you come in with your point, which is a continuation on what you were already saying, but there'd been a sufficient enough gap.
You weren't that far on my end, and I've got basically no latency.
All right. Stafford, what would your ultimate science fiction battlecruiser be without using the Sovereign or BC-304 as your go-tos? Well, I'm going to take an Andromeda Ascendant heavy cruiser and upgrade that, because I really like that. Or rather, a Glorious Heritage cruiser. Glorious Heritage class heavy cruiser and upgrade that, but, you know.
That's just because you want.
I think of Romy, though, as her own special ship, though. Because Romy is Romy. I just think Andromeda is a very good-looking ship. How about everyone else?
Clarification, do they mean TV film or
they don't say.
Global?
So that means everything.
Yeah, exactly. Right, okay.
If they say TV film, we stick to TV film. If they don't clarify, we can go wherever we like.
Alright, okay.
My other option would have been Renown, but in nicest way, that's just because she comes with corgis.
Let's see.
And I think having a corgi-led boarding party is a great way to ensure that you have fully spirited negotiations with your opponents after you've won the battle.
Ultimate sci-fi battle cruiser. I like the Dauntlesses from the Lost Fleet series.
Okay.
I'm also a fan of the... What were they called? The ships... It's one of Glenn's brainchildren from House Adamant. That have the... These are totally not AIs. Quick, shove them in the box, shove them in the box, shove them in the box.
They're not AIs. They do not fulfill the criteria of being an AI.
Uh-huh.
Just.
One of them has... What, Teamy, what did you do? One of them just, collected baseball cards. The other one, was nurturing orchids. The other one knitted gifts for its crew, which the whole concept of a space battle cruiser that knits as a recreational pastime is just horrifying in so many ways.
Yes, I'd expect it to crochet.
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't make it any better or worse. It's just, hi, yes, I'm a multi-million-ton avatar of death and destruction. I also knit in my spare time. Like, everybody needs a hobby, sure, but...
I'm now trying to form a mental image of what the avatar of HMS Warspike would be doing.
Do you really want to?
Okay, that's just asking for some very interesting problems in the world.
Yes, I fortunately, my mind is refusing to go there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just going redacted.
Yes.
For your own protection.
You see, for me, I don't think anybody would get the reference at all. Because it's the Azanti class from Traveller. Because it was one of the first science fiction cruisers I ran into.
You know what? I'm going to cheat.
Not allowed.
I don't need Dragon Watch. You know what this is from?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. The Kitsune.
Oh, God. Knew I was gonna that.
I swear I'm on the good guy side, and I'm not going to betray you. Why would I betray you? Yes, now murder your father for me.
His taste of in gold offends me. For the unenlightened, Kitsune is a version of a Golden Age of Humanity battle cruiser from 40k.
Yes. Yes.
Hence why she's
Who's only killed her entire crew 3 times. Only
Hey,
3.
she regretted it the third time. She liked them.
Yes. Still killed them.
They were annoying her in some way.
What's it? Men of Iron Rebellion.
Ah, yes. These things happened.
She betrayed her bosses like 4 times as an AI.
Well, you might as well. If you're going to, you might as well do it properly. Io, what would the impact of the Royal Navy having a couple of double NC Dart Type 82s being? Do you mean a couple more, or just having 2 in the first place? I'm going to go with the idea of having a couple more. It probably means that you have at least 1 down in the Falklands, if not more. And theoretically, they're used as command ships because they were fitted as command flagships and to have the space and have the staff aboard them. So, for example, you might have one actually being used by Michael Clapp as his flagship because, let's be honest, he needs a flagship in San Carlos to actually organise things. It's also more difficult to actually not have a vice admiral or someone more senior come down because there is a flagship available for them. And knowing as much as I do about Derek Rafael, if there is one going down and he can get himself aboard it, he will probably walk aboard it, take command, and be on his way down, and then report back to High Command that he's on his way down. And they'll have to order him back.
I do now have visions of him sneaking aboard in some sort of mufti or
No.
accidentally wore an old jumper, so that it looks like he's kind of a rating or something doing it.
No, Derek Rafael is would walk along with his entire staff and just walk on board.
Fair enough.
They would be air defense Type 82s with 2 Sea Dart launchers, forward one replacing the Ikara. Yeah. Well, if you have some, they'll be deployed down there. It'll be useful to have them. There'll be extra Sea Darts in the air. Be more helpful if they had Sea Dart and Sea Wolf aboard them, but, you know, they'd be useful. They would be useful. Will there be proper point defense laser cannons in the next 20 years? It's certainly looking that way, but we'll see what happens. There are certainly a lot of interesting things going on with lasers at the moment. A lot of very interesting things going on with lasers. But again, as I say, I would prefer, if I was going to implement lasers, I would want to have a range of systems to support them. Chris Hitsuman, 6360. What are your thoughts on Victory, Procurator, and Aegis classes in Star Wars, assuming time allows? I'm just going to let Dragon start off on this one because
sorry?
And Allegiance classes, because
Oh,
in nice way,
right.
the reason I'm letting Dragon start off on this one is there is no point. I'm pretty knowledgeable. When I have a great sort of knowledge here, let them go first and comment. Enjoy.
Victory became the standard of Imperial mid-grade ships, high end of cruisers in particular. You see them with Victory 1 and 2. Victory 1 is most well known for having the open wings with missiles. Overall, excellent ship. Phased out a bit by the time of the actual films, because they have been in service for over 20 years at that point. You get the Victory 2, which has an engine upgrade. Basically excellent, sort of not directly hotspot to areas of activity, but somewhere where you need something that's more than a patrol ship. The Procusator is basically its bigger brother. Effectively, we want an ISD, but we don't want to send an ISD. They are around 1,200 meters, if I remember correctly, have 3 main capital ship grade batteries. They skimp on the hangar, though, which is one thing I'm not a huge fan of. But they skimp on it so that they get more coverage, better engines, etc.
I always find
Then
it fun
you-
when they skimp on things in spaceships, because it's one of the few places where you go, surely you could find a way to add the space needed?
Not unless you're making the ship bigger.
Well,
Yeah.
And if your goals
but
and if your
how-
goals to not make it bigger,
How much bigger would it really make it to make give it a decent sized hangar? Because you think about
probably
it, you're
an
dealing with the
extra 100
square,
to 200
you're dealing with the square cube law, sort of to an extent, of how much space you're getting. You've got you've got both cube space and squared space into square footage and cube space in terms of what you're getting on a ship. So you add on, let's say, an extra 10 meters in length to a ship like that. You're getting that length added on multiple decks. You're getting, you can move things around in that
wouldn't
three-dimensional
result in
space.
much, I'm afraid.
But I'm using 10 meters as an example, but you could use 20 meters or, those sort of things. It's, how much length are you really adding on? Because let's
It's
consider
very
how long
dependent.
is it in the in the canon?
1,200 meters.
So if I added on an extra 50 meters,
You wouldn't be able to fit a hangar.
wouldn't be able to fit a hangar. How much extra do I need to
I
add
said
on
you're
to prove a
probably
hangar?
looking at having to stick an extra 100 meters on.
Okay, so it's now a 1,300 meter ship. Is that really going to break my bank versus a 1,200 meter ship?
When
You
you're building
move-
thousands of them,
Yes.
You've moved them up in classification now, though.
Yeah.
And small, and
Oh.
because basically that sort of ship can be built at a high-end cruiser dock. The changes you need to do that, you've now moved it more. And also, you've kind
What
of removed
the heck was that?
That was someone's mic acting. And you've sort of then gone the point of, well, if this is meant to basically be a small Star Destroyer, you've kind of made it less small, haven't you?
Mhm.
So by adding that, then it's a case of, well, if we're adding that extra 100 meters, making it 1,300, we probably could just build an ISD instead.
Okay, Dragon, I've got a question for you.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's come down to this, because I never hear anybody describe things in terms of value within the Star Wars universe. So, adding on your extra 100 meters to get your hangar bay, how much is that costing them in Imperial credits compared
We don't
to
have
the
an
ship
actual
without
credit
the
value.
hangar bay?
We don't have a credit value for the Procusator, whereas we do for others. So the mostly agreed
Okay.
upon rate for the Imperial one is 150 million credits.
Right.
If we go with a... actually, wait a moment. I might have a calculation for this. It's not an agreed upon one, but where was it?
He's consulting the sacred texts. Everybody
Actually,
run.
yes, I'm consulting a D&D system that we... No, not that. It's not Fate and Fortune. We ran a Star Wars D&D campaign a while ago where I had to find and calculate the costs of every single ship because someone was running as a sector governor, and we went to some of the most obscure sources I could find.
wait, is this the War Crimes one?
Yes, this is the War Crimes one.
Foxo, if it involved you, I assume it already involved war crimes, so...
Are you talking D20 or D6 Star Wars?
Neither.
Oh,
5e.
okay.
Not even 5e. But basically,
Oh, you were using D&D as a Scotch tape term. Okay, got it.
yes. But basically role play system, yeah. We just call them all D&Ds these days because we've used it enough. So just to give you an actual figure, a Victory 1 at 900 meters costs 57 million. So for a 700 meter jump, you're adding basically an extra 100 million on for going from a Victory to a ISD. So say you're being generous, we'll say a Procusator costs, what, 100 million? If we're just going to give it a vague number while I'm trying to find stuff. Adding that extra 100 meters on, you're probably looking another 10, 20 mil. Because now you've also got to include all of the capabilities for that hangar. You will need the hangar itself, you need spare parts, fabrication bays for the fighters, then also adding in pilots' quarters, fuel tanks for the fighters, etc. So, it's not quite as simple as just stick in a hangar.
No, it's logistics. Dr. Clarke's favourite subject.
Yes, but it is also... I would argue in terms of value for money, considering what you're already putting into the ship, it would be sensible to give them something.
Master Ref. We valued the Procusator class at roughly 120 million, so that's basically right. Because an Imperial 1's 150 million. So adding that, you're probably looking at a case of just build an ISD. Because Procusators aren't as common to begin with as well.
Yeah, it's your poverty spec Star Destroyer, basically.
While not being as cheap as running on a Victory.
What you're saying is that we're building a York subclass and not a full fat county.
Kind of. But it will still ruin your day. If a Procusator went up in a fight against most ships, it would win. Unless you're talking dedicated capital grade. It's almost that weird thing of it's almost like an Alaska to an Iowa. Yeah, that's the weird thing, Walrus. In Star Wars, destroying battleships without a destroyer screen happens far more than it should. That's not to say the Empire doesn't use support ships. They actually have a massive amount of them, but they're just never talked about. Especially in canon.
Because they're not sexy.
No,
Okay.
it's because in canon the Empire are purposefully made to be useless.
Yeah. Right, Timu. Panel's thoughts on new Star Trek Academy series. I haven't even watched it, so I
It
can offer
should
no
burn
thoughts.
in hell.
Linguistics, but okay.
It should burn in Tartarus.
Okay, that's fine.
Pass.
I'm sorry. Like,
I'm wondering why we haven't heard from the balanced part of the duo here. You know, Foxo has kept her powder dry. We're hearing from the explosive...
Redacted.
Wait, whoa.
Redacted.
Slow your roll here, Foxalicious. Did you just call the Foxo the balanced part
Yes.
of the dichotomy of those two?
Yes. The balanced,
Brave word.
calm one of the
brave
two.
words for someone outside a crossbow range.
Yes.
Balanced as an early Fletcher with
Also,
5 guns.
in the nicest way, I am far enough away from her, she'd have to stop and fill her car up a couple of times, which would involve contact with other humans. So I'm
Debatable.
safe.
No, debatable.
How long, Silent?
But, right. So some of the stuff I won't go into because it is far too modern politics of why it's not good. And I know, while Bruno might agree with me, she still might not necessarily be too big of a fan of it. But anyway, beyond that, so for one of the major things, oh yes, so Cadetta later, or one of the incidents basically, we're going to transport everyone, no matter where they are, immediately to this location. It's like, no, you don't do that. You literally have teleported people out of personal and private situations for this. No, you don't do this. You then organize a massive prank war that messes with basically all major functions to a dangerous level.
I have heard some people describe it's more of a how do I put this? A frat house in space than a college, and it's a naval academy in space.
That sounds a bit accurate. It's not. It's certainly not Star Trek, and it's certainly not an academy.
We'll see.
Is it like Animal House in space?
It's
It's like imagine like the most millennial TV show you can imagine that doesn't take its source material seriously. Actually, no, has anyone here seen Spaceballs?
Yes.
Yes.
Spaceballs the movie or Spaceballs 2? The search for more money.
But 2 hasn't come out yet.
But the original Spaceballs takes itself and its source material more seriously, and it's a parody. I'm not even a Trek fan, and that's just insulting.
Okay, let's go to the next question. How do you build a fleet for dealing with the Macross universe? Okay, so that's really interesting. The Macross universe has a multitude of factions who, frankly, are annoying. It's got the seeded factions, it's got the interdimensional beings, and the leftover precursor humans, or what are they called? I'm gonna have to look this one up because I can't. I know it's not precursor humans. I know it's not precursor humans. I'm gonna have to.
which series? Sorry.
Oh, what are they called? The proto-culture humans. Proto-humans.
In
This is the Macross series.
Oh,
Macross universe.
cool.
Universe.
Do they have someone who's had a few too many facelifts and constantly says "moisturize me" as well?
What?
Doctor Who reference.
That's
Oh,
Doctor
dang it,
Who.
Dragon.
I'm trying to answer the question.
You said proto-humans, which is a line used by the character.
Yes,
Right,
but I'm
referencing
trying to
Doctor
answer the question.
Oh,
But a Doctor Who reference needed to be made.
No, it didn't. The fun and games are fun, but we answered the question first. I'm trying to answer the question. Okay? So in the Macross universe, it would be complicated because of the different factions involved. You would have to concentrate, especially when you're dealing with the interdimensional beings. If I remember correctly, they are kind of massively overpowered. So realistically, you'd want to structure your fleet around some sort of interlayer defense with different capabilities to make anyone attacking you as complicated as possible, and slowly build up from there. But you've really got to work on your tech base because you're starting from behind a curve. And now, if we want to make jokes, we can make jokes. But I should warn you all.
I remember this when it first came out.
I've been in charge of
It's a bit
300
weird.
teenagers for the last 3 days. My sense of humour might be lacking at the moment.
I was going to say, I remember this when it first came out, and I thought it was all a bit weird.
It is a bit weird, but it's an interesting idea, discussion point.
On that note, I'm probably going to head to bed
All right, take care, Dan.
because I have work tomorrow, despite having work the weekend because reasons.
Yeah.
Because the NHS is the NHS. It's the NHS.
Yes, it's all fun.
Something like that. But then I'm off for a few days, so yay. And sorry I didn't get a chance to catch up
No worries,
whilst
Dan.
you're off.
Life happens sometimes. Life happens.
Thanks for being here, Dan.
Thank you. Take care.
Or in
Thanks
some
for being
cases-
here, Dan.
No worries. Or in some cases, life stops happening to people, which
Yeah.
tends to keep me at work.
All right. Take care. All right, Stafford, you have control of Daniel Jackson's satellite weapons platforms. What do you do with them? Depends. When do I have
Samuel
control
L.
of them?
Jackson has satellite weapons.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
One of the alts.
Yeah. One of the alts, I think he does build some sort of satellite, which look remarkably similar to the weapons which are eventually defending Atlantis, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, I use them to defend things, probably.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. This is a Stargate.
Yeah.
Stargate. Oh, you meant the actual Samuel L. Jackson.
No.
He has satellite weapons.
That's a good one. This is technically more of an alternate history than a science fiction question, I would like to point that out. It's not a naval history question, it's not a science fiction question, it is an alternate history question, Knight. And I'm not being fussy, but there are a lot of people who've got science fiction questions and history questions, and it's a case of we have alternate history weeks when these questions are very much appropriate. So if the 108 OHP were built by 2004-2005, by 2015, 51 of them having retired, 50% of the US and so on, how much pressure is taken off the Burke fleet? A lot, because you have 57 more escorts doing all sorts of interesting operations. But also, you probably, as said again, if you've got those being built, the odds are, in nicest way, they haven't managed to stop the production line. They're probably still being built. Aidan Cloak, 4398. Video idea. Building the infrastructure of for a nation's navy in World War I, World War II, Cold War to present. It'd be an interesting one, and if it's put forward for a patron vote, I'd probably do well. But it would be interesting to see which nations we picked. 1931. So by the 1900s, the protected cruiser and armored cruiser were on their way out design-wise. But when did this become realised by each naval power? Pretty much it's happening as a transition over the 1900s. The trouble is, it can be realised earlier than they can actually get it through, because they could have designs already in production. It takes a while to design what's going to be the next thing, and that's the scenario. So you can realise something, but you're still producing the old ship, because you're talking it's a pace of years. So the realisation happens between 1900 and 1910. And for everyone, it happens, broadly speaking, at roughly the same time. But it doesn't necessarily change what's under construction, because that's already been paid for and bought. And it's being built. And as we often show today, and the lessons we're learning today, is if you stop construction on what you're building now, because it's not what you think you should be building, so you can build a new thing, it could be years before you start a new thing, and that means you have nothing in between. So usually they would complete the run. And would build on from that. Okay? So, Io, what's the funniest sentence you have read in a historical document? Not saying that out loud with my cousins listening. Anyone who got one they can say which my little cousins can hear.
Not really.
It's not technically a historical document, but I keep going back to one of the psych papers I selected for research. That was it gave me a yeah. You had to do a research program to realize this type answer.
Oh yeah.
About how I think it was they were trying to treat or do behavior modification on psychopaths, and they found that dehumanizing them and stripping their living quarters of anything and everything that was comfortable made the problem worse. Like, yeah, you needed to be, huh?
Can I just ask a small question? Someone just commented
Yes.
on one of the videos this week, yards are only so big. Calibers can only get so big. Whilst yes, calibers can only get so big because they're functionally difficult, yards can be made bigger. Unless there is some moratorium banning you improving infrastructure, I do not know, going on around the world. But yards can be improved with the investment. And that usually is what happens when you, as part of any naval build-up, any program, usually you start investing in infrastructure. It's kind of like when you want to build tanks, you tend to build a tank factory. Currently, Britain is building up quite a lot of frigates, and interesting enough, both Rosyth and the other yards involved are all getting invested in, and are being increased in size and capability.
Didn't they have to fight a whole bunch of NIMBYs over those two?
Oh, they're having great fun with the NIMBYs. What I love is the Scottish National Party are both sides of the debate. Both they're claiming that the British government, by not overruling and funding the increase in the yards, are threatening Scottish workers, and they're also at the same point on the other side arguing that the increase in the yards is threatening the houses and way of life of Scottish workers.
I mean, both sides can be true if it creates a housing crunch.
Yeah, but it's the same. It's the political part. It's the same political party saying both things at the same time. I've been told by one of my cousins it's actually in the same leaflet. I'm not sure. If it is, I want to see that leaflet. I've asked them for that leaflet. They haven't sent it to me yet. I think they might have been winding me up with that one.
I mean, anything about Tirpit's delusion about what he was trying to get out of the German Navy is funny in its own sad way.
I also would point out in the U.S., technically compulsory purchase is a thing, but it runs into a lot of... It can take a very long time, even if somebody is prepared to put down a tremendous amount of cash to acquire additional land to expand, say, Newport News shipbuilding. Because you have to litigate the bejesus out of it.
Really bad difficult question.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the phrasing of it. Never mind, I'm going to check where it's from. Okay, quick question, Ronan.
Yep.
Does an AO Archive of Our Own piece from 20 years ago count as a historical document?
For the purposes of this question, I would say no.
Okay.
I would say it's 20 years
It may
ago,
be...
so potentially yes. I would say yes. Let's go for this question, we'll say yes.
Okay, because it's in the author's note, and it goes something like this. Sorry for the late update. I fell down the stairs and got hit by a car. Broke both my left knee and my right ankle. Don't worry, I'll have a chapter for you within a couple of days.
Meanwhile, George R.R. Martin has still not finished The Song of Ice and Fire. And he's made far more money than this poor, bedraggled, beaten up, vehicularly damaged /fic writer ever will.
Yeah. Ryan, Stafford, last question. Thoughts on the Stargate franchise getting a proper reboot? What do you like to see the layout being, and how much gate tech could be incorporated in the show? A lot of fun, but if they're really doing a proper reboot, there's part of me which wonders if it's going to be based around Jack O'Neill's clone. That'd be a fun one to do it, and a way to link it in. There's also going to be an interesting discussion as to whether or not how far they link into the Stargate universe, Stargate Atlantis, and all those things. It's going to be interesting if they go for a total reboot starting from the beginning, or if they do a reboot starting from a new generation. Set, a few years later, everyone's moved on. What's the capabilities they're talking about? The BC 304s are now old ships, and everyone's looking at the next generation of them and all those things. It'll be interesting to see what happens. What about the rest of you?
I'm just glad to see that
I
they have.
prefer the second. I prefer the second option, because that way they could allow the old actors to come back as a consultant role, so that they get to appear and then go away and give new actors new tasks.
I think by now it needs to be President Jack O'Neill. I just would find that funny.
They kind of have a lot of the old cast and crew from at least SG-1 and Atlantis have had conversations with the current brain trust of the proposed new show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
I do not trust they will be able to do it decently at all.
I think it depends on the funding model and what they're prepared to give. But one of the interesting things I do find interesting, I think it is. I keep getting this same thing coming quoted at me through various things of, if in doubt, if you have to trust the data or anecdotes, trust the anecdotes. And it used to always be trust the data, trust the data, trust the data, data gives you everything. And I'm seeing a lot of people in leadership positions now starting to trust the anecdotes. And that's changing their perspective on things. If I give you my example of that one, it's... Okay, I love the company I go work for and I do these revision centers for. They're a really good company. But they have a survey at the end which they survey their students of. And that's fine. But most of our tutors, in fact, I'd say all our tutors are pretty nice people. Okay? And the kids are always never quite sure if the survey's anonymous or not. It is. In that no one's going to pass on what the individual student said about anyone. But there's only 5 students in the class sometimes, or sometimes even less. There could be 2 students in the class. And so it's not going to be exactly a hidden document to work out what who's rated who's given who what ratings if you actually got to read them. And so I don't necessarily trust that data. But I know a lot of I can understand a lot of people would. And it's not my job to decide whether we trust that data. I'm just a course director. I have nothing to do with that data at all. But I tend to trust more in my assessments, and I do tend to write up my own things after a course, of wandering around the classrooms and looking in on what's going on. Because data to me is as good as its source, and you have to think about that source before you start evaluating the data. Just going by its data, therefore it gives me information, isn't necessarily the smart way to go. And I think this is starting to affect also TV companies, etc., from what I'm hearing. They're starting to wonder if they have been maybe going too much by the data response says this is what the polling says. Without thinking about, well, who are we polling? What are we polling? Why are we polling this?
I wouldn't even say that for TV these days. There's just too many people are aiming for this mythical audience that just doesn't exist. Or they're wanting to put politics in it, and people are just fed up of politics. To use the Starfleet camera that came up earlier is a prime example of it.
Well, I would say the data they're using for that is not polling. The data they're using that is they're looking at social media and going, wow, this is getting a lot of returns on social media, so this must be a topic which is going to get a lot of heat on social media, which is going to get a lot of people watching this. Without thinking, does it necessarily is it necessarily the sensible thing for them to be doing? Is it necessarily, are hits on Twitter really going to generate you views? Because the subject that I might be debating on Twitter might not be what I want to look at my relaxation time.
Comes up surprisingly often with games where you'll get games that get supported heavily on social media, like Twitter and Blue Sky, the famous examples. And when it comes time for actually play it, the people who advocate for it don't care.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a politics battleground, not a game battleground.
Yeah.
There was one of them where its whole point is meant to be it's a historically accurate game for 1400s was, I think. It had its main characters. It was priding itself on historical accuracy, apart from the fact that it had 2 lesbian knights of high standing, and battleground like mental on social media and all sorts. So and how of course I'm going to play this when it comes out. This is going to be the best thing. This is going to be maximum player base 43.
It's got up to 117. Players.
It's now got. Last we looked, it had a maximum player base of 43. So,
what in the world are you talking about?
Example of how polling or what people think stuff is meant to be.
Yeah, but
really isn't.
What game are you talking about?
Is this just not social media bot play?
Potentially, but then you've got it.
Bots.
The problem is social media has the way they've currently, in absence of countermanding legislation and a competent regulatory body, social media is set up to actually prioritize and generate bot traffic.
Mm-hmm.
Because that looks really good to investors. Because it's, hey, we get this many impressions. We get, we can sell you this many ads. And it's only when they find out that, wait, a lot of this traffic is phantom traffic. It doesn't actually exist in the sense of it's not actually tied to anybody's wallet that the problems start.
It's based on a false metric, isn't it?
I think the reverse is also true, where you get people see a hate storm that's drummed up by 4chan or whatever, and it's like, wow, people really hated that. Let's not do that again. But yet the media in question actually commercially did quite well, and the people who actually interacted with it liked it. And all the people who screamed and hemmed and hawed about it were never in the customer profile to begin with. I'm looking at most recent Assassin's Creed game.
That still did fail metrically.
Okay.
Yeah, but I feel like that's probably more to do with the fact of, oh, look, it's another Assassin's Creed game.
Yeah,
and to the people who claim that.
And I've lost everyone completely.
Are
now everyone's
no,
back.
everybody went quiet because I think we're trying to not talk over each other.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a
And, you know,
so.
to
I mean,
people who
it's a case
say
of
that-
what do you trust, isn't it?
Steve, please, Steve.
Sorry.
You know, to say that, especially an IP like Star Trek, is not political. Have you watched old Star Trek? Ever?
I would
Like, you could say they were far more subtle about it.
that's the thing.
Sometimes,
I think the trouble is sometimes with some of the modern Trek writing, it makes the politics the front and center, whereas for the older writing, especially I would say the Deep Space Nine, which is the one which I really like to go to, it was a case of, and they did have some episodes which were really on the nose. They really did, with some of the stuff Sisko and his crew got up to. But they were also far more a case of, this is how life is. This isn't something unusual. This isn't something to comment over. This is just the way it is. You know, I always remember there used to be some furor outside over Jadzia, but if you looked in the actual, if you were in the actual episode, it never felt like it was, this is the highlight of the episode. No, it was, that's just what Jadzia does. She likes to wander off with all sorts of things. Okay. That's Jadzia Dax. Who cares? That's her. That's just her way, that's just what life is. And I'd say some of the modern programs, and I think this is where they get into trouble, they've lost the ability to do that now. They feel they have to tell you everything over and over again, rather than just, this is the way it is.
Subtlety's a lost art.
Yes. It's the way, honestly, to be honest, it's not even those things which make the television programs boring for me. Most modern television programs, they have, I can see the storyline within 20 seconds of them turning on. There's no point in you watching them. It's boring. It just gets to the point where I'm going, I can almost predict what they're going to be saying before they say it. Well, that sounds like a long-winded complaint. Anyway, with that being said, I think that's the last question of the evening.
I don't like American TV for the same things, Alex. I don't like American TV for exactly the same thing.
I wouldn't say it's just American television. I'd say it's the problem with the recent Doctor Who and all sorts of things. I would say a lot of modern television has become... I'd say their perception of the audience has dumbed down. They're designing it for a very short attention span, and they're almost treating the audience as if they're stupid. And that's what annoys me.
To me, this started with... Remember the TV series Lost?
Oh, it started before then.
And what happened... Well, no, it was the fact that you had a minuscule amount of plot and a huge amount of filler. And it was a case of you were just wading through treacle to get anywhere.
I would like to just inject to that. There is the idea that Lost had any plot is just completely... and I will not allow that to be any consideration that Lost had any plot. I managed to wade my way through exactly half a series of that show. There was nothing in there which convinced me there was ever a plot. Or a plan, or anything.
I waded myself through 3 episodes. Alec, I waded myself through 3 episodes and then gave up.
Yeah, I only made it through half a season because I was in a bet with one of my friends over which one of us would stop watching it first. In the end, we decided neither was worth it. We just bought each other a burger.
Wait. So could you say hypothetically it lost the plot?
That would say it had it in the first.
Oh, come on! I just said
it never had one.
It never had it in the first place.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
I would like to lodge a complaint that Foxo ripped my joke off wholesale.
Having a point. I'm funny. Next.
Anyway, with that being said, let's go for the evening. We are, we've been going for nearly 5 hours. Let's say thank you very much.
Let's throw the audience out of our own discussion.
No. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Hope you had a lovely time. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Runon. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Foxo and Dragon. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care, and hope to see you again soon. Toodles.